Chapter 626, A Tao Disciple's Tomb. Chapter 626, A Tao Disciple's Tomb. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The fusion wasn't entirely smooth. It was brutal and forced, without any prior acknowledgement or permission obtained. The process was far from effortless. However, based on Wang Baoli's understanding of Dharmic armaments, he knew how difficult it was to acquire a Dharmic armament's acknowledgement of one's ownership. The broken arm would be equally challenging. It was likely that no one except its original master could have gotten it to submit readily. Wang Baoli wasn't looking for a willing submission though. He only needed to be able to wield it. What he had found problematic was the potential expenditure in energy as well as the backlash from wielding the arm. That was why he had decided to fuse it with his Flame Snatch the Arch armor, so using the arm would expend the armor's power instead. Similarly, the backlash would fall on the armor as well. This meant that Wang Baoli wasn't only able to wield the arm, he was also able to minimize any damage or injury to himself. This idea of his, and his way of achieving it, succeeded. It might not be a perfect fusion, but Wang Baoli was nevertheless pleased with the results. He realized that the meridians and white strands residing within his Flame Snatch the Arch armor had rapidly wormed their way into the arm. It looked like a natural extension of the armor. This tightly bound connection also meant that he could feel a consciousness resting inside the broken arm, deep in slumber. It was likely the artifact spirit. Due to reasons yet known, it remained asleep and unaware of the Flame Snatch the Arch armor's invasion. As long as this consciousness is around, I won't be able to fully master and own this arm. There's no rush though. Let's wait until I break through the core formation realm to the nascent soul realm. We'll see if I can exorcise it then, Wang Baoli thought. He lowered his head, staring at the right arm attached to his Arch armor and smiling. He had the Flame Snatch the Arch armor on, and its shell was formed from blood-colored meridians, save the right arm. The right arm was shriveled up but full, looking extremely creepy. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. He ignored the giant tree, who appeared to be shocked by his fusion with the arm. Instead, he activated his cultivation and the Flame Snatch the Arch armor completely. The armor was bathed in a blood-red light instantly. An aura of violence erupted in the air. Waves of energy that surpassed Wang Baoli's cultivation were unleashed and surged outwards. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He steered the entirety of the Flame Snatch the Arch armor's spirit chi into its right arm while evading the slumbering consciousness inside. With the aid of the armor's meridians and the white bone strands, the armor's right arm began to tremble. In the next moment, Wang Baoli began to experience a sensation, as if the armor's right arm had become his own. A thought surfaced in his mind. The giant tree watched in disbelief as the Flame Snatch the Arch armor's right hand tightened into a fist. An incredible power burst forth from Wang Baoli's person, which transformed the skies. The winds howled, the clouds rolled, and the seas of fire around them began to resonate with the sudden unleashing of power. The immense power of this aura made Wang Baoli's breathing stutter. The power came not from Wang Baoli himself but from his armor's right arm. Wang Baoli calmed down quickly enough, his eyes flashing with joy. It was unfortunate that he wasn't able to fully master the arm, but he wasn't particularly bothered. Who cares as long as I can wield it? Besides, it's now in my possession. Where can it run off to? Wang Baoli observed the effects of the arm's power on his surroundings excitedly. He basked in the incredible power unleashed by his right hand. This was a power that could wipe out everything in its path once unleashed. Wang Baoli was overcome with excitement. He believed that should he face Sun Hai in a battle again, their fight wouldn't require so much effort on his part. He only needed to give him a slight punch, to destroy him and end the fight. Wang Baoli didn't test the power of his punch. However, the mere tightening of his fist had unleashed such power that it transformed the sky and land around him. The giant tree stood a distance away, trembling uncontrollably. His cultivation had been suppressed by the display of strength. His head buzzed. It was as if Wang Baoli had the ability to destroy both his body and soul with a single punch from his right fist. His sense of awe and fear towards Wang Baoli intensified. As he stood trembling, Wang Baoli's eyes suddenly flashed. Wang Baoli turned towards the giant tree and said suddenly, in a cold voice, "Show me what else you took from the tomb." The giant tree's mind went numb when he heard what Wang Baoli said. Anxiety and doubt exploded in his mind as a sense of danger stronger than what he had felt earlier loomed over him. He pulled out all his storage bags without hesitation. He even loosened his clothing to prove that he wasn't hiding anything on him as he spoke frantically. "Elder, I'm not hiding anything on me. All my storage bags are here. You can inspect them. You may punish me as you see fit if you find anything hidden in those bags." An expressionless Wang Baoli raised his left hand and made a grab through the air, causing the storage bags to fly towards him. He inspected them one by one and confirmed that the giant tree hadn't taken anything else from the tomb secretly. He didn't reveal anything on his face though. He gave the giant tree a long look, then unleashed the power from his right arm again. The giant tree trembled. Then, Wang Baoli said slowly, "Tell me everything you saw in that tomb." The giant tree shook with awe. Terrified that Wang Baoli wouldn't believe his words, he immediately started telling Wang Baoli everything. "Elder, there is an underground palace beneath the tomb. The green mist was too thick, however, and I wasn't able to get near the palace. The furthest I was able to venture was where the broken arm was found, and it was the only thing I was able to take with me. I really do not know what else lies within the palace. I had the idea of infiltrating the place and recording everything that I've seen with the voice transmission ring, but the device couldn't be activated." At that point, the giant tree became worried that Wang Baoli wouldn't believe him. Frantically, he began to search through his memories in greater detail. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and continued hurriedly. "There's another thing. I saw a stone stele inside as well. The mist was too thick, and I couldn't read what was written on it clearly. I could only see 3 words, Dao Disciple Chen. The only reason I was able to decipher that was because the third batch of seedlings had to learn the vast expanse Dao Palace's spoken and written languages before our arrival," the giant tree explained hastily. He had spoken the truth and had withheld nothing from Wang Baoli. Having finished speaking, he stood there, filled with fear and anxiety as he observed Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli froze when he heard the giant tree mention Dao Disciple Chen. His pupils contracted suddenly, and his head started buzzing. It was as if he had just been struck by lightning. Fortunately, he was hidden safely inside his armor, away from the giant tree's eyes. Else, with the giant tree's intelligence, the giant tree might begin to suspect something. The giant tree might remain unaware, but Wang Baoli had been shocked by what the former had told him. The giant tree knew nothing about the 3 words he had seen, but Wang Baoli had immediately thought of something when he had heard those words. "Dao Disciple Wuchen," Wang Baoli muttered to himself secretly. He stared at his armor's right hand with incredulity. He couldn't believe it. Damn it, did I just raid the tomb of Li Wuchen's past self? The realization horrified Wang Baoli. It continued to plague his thoughts and loom at the back of his mind as he led the giant tree away and back towards the vast expanse Dao Palace. Does this arm belong to Li Wuchen's past self? If that's really the case, how powerful exactly was Li Wuchen in his past life? Wang Baoli fretted. It seemed like he had just dug his own grave. There was already tension between him and Li Wuchen, and with what he had just done, the grudge between them had just ballooned. He couldn't just give up the arm though. Wang Baoli was caught in a dilemma, as he couldn't simply kill Li Wuchen either. First of all, Feng Churan knew who Li Wuchen was. Secondly, they hadn't yet reached the point where he had to kill Li Wuchen. Besides, even if they were to truly battle it out, Li Wuchen was a Dao disciple in his past life. Wang Baoli believed Li Wuchen would have some trick up his sleeve that he could use to save his own life. Perhaps Li Wuchen himself wouldn't know that he had these tricks until he regained his memories of his past life, but that was also what made him a terrifying opponent. This entire thing is just trouble. I have to think of a way to guarantee my own safety so that Li Wuchen can't do anything to me even after he regains his memories. Wang Baoli kept sighing inwardly. He wasn't in the mood to bother with the giant tree. He fell into contemplative silence as they rushed back to the vast expanse Dao Palace. The giant tree followed closely behind, sighing secretly as well. He was being troubled by similar worries. The Dao Palace was too dangerous a place for him, so he had to find a way to make it safer for him to remain, and ensure that Wang Baoli wouldn't simply off him once he'd outlived his usefulness. He thought for a while and suddenly recalled the scandals he had heard back on Mars, between Wang Baoli and the head senator's daughter, Li Wana. An idea flashed in his head, and he started to speak with great care. Elder, during the 2 years you spent in the vast expanse Dao Palace, I've managed to get myself a goddaughter. She especially idolizes you. Perhaps it might be possible for you to send for her the next time the Federation sends someone over. She could follow you around and take care of your every need. Chapter 627, An Idea. Chapter 627, An Idea. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What tricks are you playing? Wang Baoli froze, then snorted as he turned and glared at the giant tree. Are you trying to tempt me with women? I'm the Grand Supreme Elder of the vast expanse Dao Palace. How can I, Wang Baoli frowned. He was about to unleash righteous fury on the giant tree and reprimand him when he suddenly paused, blinked, and fell into a deep, contemplative silence. The giant tree observed Wang Baoli's intense reaction and secretly sighed. He seemed to have overstepped his boundaries. He had acted too hastily and exposed his intentions. Wang Baoli isn't a simple person to deal with, the giant tree thought to himself. He realized he should have used another approach to gain Wang Baoli's favor. Wang Baoli had managed to hone both his wit and means, and it was as if the giant tree was dealing with someone his own age. While the giant tree was deep in his own thoughts, Wang Baoli's breathing gradually quickened. His eyes began to burn with a fierce light as the gears in his head started to spin furiously. The giant tree's words had given him an idea. If I have a goddaughter too, who then becomes Li Wuchen's Dao partner, Li Wuchen would have to treat me with respect and call me his father-in-law whenever he sees me. Even if he regains his memories and becomes the Dao disciple, he'll have to treat me with respect when he sees me. Wang Baoli became excited at that thought. His safety would be guaranteed if he managed to get this done. Regardless of how amazing Li Wuchen became, Wang Baoli would always be his senior. This was a fact. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. His emotions were shown on his face and caught by the giant tree, causing the giant tree to freeze. He was beginning to suspect something was going on when Wang Baoli suddenly burst out into laughter. He patted the giant tree on the shoulder heavily, eyes filled with approval. Fellow Daoist Osmanthus, you are indeed experienced and observant. Good, good, I have high hopes for you. Wang Baoli laughed out loud. With his hands behind his back, he walked away in obvious high spirits, leaving the giant tree behind blinking at him. The giant tree's suspicions began to grow. He pondered for a while and wondered if Wang Baoli was trying to hint at something. Wang Baoli ignored the giant tree, who was making wild guesses behind him. He continued walking while perfecting his plans in his head. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he found his idea. In his excitement, he began to run through potential candidates to be his goddaughter. This first person he thought of was Li Yi. No way. She has big breasts but no brains. If I claim her as my goddaughter and matchmake her with Li Wuchen, it wouldn't matter if I were her biological father, she would definitely coerce Li Wuchen into getting rid of me. Wang Baoli shook his head. He thought for a bit and then remembered the hot-tempered girl from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, the one with a towering, muscular build and a straightforward character. She seemed like a great match for Li Wuchen. She won't do either. Li Wuchen's aesthetics seem to skew towards the conventional. If I try to force them together, that'll probably make him dislike me more. Wang Baoli's head began to throb. He really wasn't skilled at such politicking. He glanced sideways, his eyes flashing as they fell on the giant tree. This old fellow seems full of devious ideas. I should get him to do this. He should be able to do a great job. Wang Baoli smiled at that thought. He looked at the giant tree and said in a friendly tone. Fellow Daoist Osmanthus. The giant tree had been deep in thought while watching Wang Baoli carefully the entire time. A thought flashed across his mind when he saw the smile on Wang Baoli's face. His breathing paused, and he quickly cupped his fists. Calling me fellow Daoist is simply too much. I'm not worthy of such a title. Elder, please just call me Little Osmanthus. Wang Baoli was pleased with the giant tree's attitude. The giant tree really wasn't so bad after all. He did what he was told and knew his boundaries, which caused Wang Baoli to smile again, gently. Okay. Little Osmond, thus, I have a task for you. Your wish is my command. The giant tree trembled, then replied solemnly and with the utmost respect. It's really a small matter. I have a friend who's in the third batch of Federation cultivators. You should have heard of him. He's the disciple of the Ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, Li Wuchen. Wang Baoli spoke very slowly. He was watching the giant tree casually as he spoke. The giant tree dared not guess wildly, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. He wasn't going to ask any questions or ponder the relationship between Wang Baoli and Li Wuchen. He only knew one thing, and that was, if he wanted to ensure his safety, he had to ask no questions and make no wild assumptions. He simply had to carry out Wang Baoli's instructions. I've known junior brother Li Wuchen for some time, and he's been without a partner for many years. I can't bear to see him so lonely. Why don't you make some arrangements and get him to know more female disciples? Do you know what I'm getting at? According to the high officials' autobiographies, there was no need to explicitly verbalize everything. This was a test of a subordinate's capabilities as well as a way to protect oneself. This was what Wang Baoli was doing presently as he spoke to the giant tree. The giant tree was the deputy governor of the Martian colony. He might not be a native human from the Federation, but he had served many years in his office. He was also very intelligent and fully aware of how things worked in the Federation. After hearing what Wang Baoli had said, and putting some thought to it, he immediately understood what Wang Baoli was trying to say. He cupped his fists and agreed to do as Wang Baoli had said. Elder, your sincere concern for Li Wuchen touches my heart. I am newly arrived in the Tao Palace and am unfamiliar with Li Wuchen and his preferences. I may have to trouble you on many occasions, so I seek your approval and forgiveness. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed when he heard what the giant tree had said. The explicit meaning of the giant tree's words wasn't important, it was the implicit meaning that mattered. The giant tree was telling Wang Baoli clearly that he knew what Wang Baoli was trying to do and would keep a close eye on Li Wuchen, reporting on his every move and which female disciple the latter was intimate with. A safe and stable environment is very important for cultivators of my rank. Do not disturb my cultivation too frequently, Wang Baoli said casually, then turned and left. The giant tree agreed. He had already translated what Wang Baoli had just said in his head. What Wang Baoli meant was, he should keep a close eye on Li Wuchen. There was no need to worry about disturbing Wang Baoli. In fact, he better make sure he got the job done, else, the giant tree was going to be the one suffering from an unsafe and unstable cultivation environment. The pair traveled speedily for 2 weeks and finally reached the vast expanse Tao Palace. The giant tree immediately started carrying out Wang Baoli's wishes upon their return. He had mapped out a detailed plan during their trip back. He had a Grand Supreme Elder's backing, which made things easier for him. His level of cultivation ensured that he was the most powerful cultivator in the Federation faction after Wang Baoli and Sect Lord Shu. The vast expanse Tao Palace had done their homework on the giant tree as well. He wasn't human and didn't possess a body made of flesh and blood. He had originally been a tree that had then risen to become a cultivator, and he possessed many strange qualities. In the upcoming days, Wang Baoli set aside this matter and began his cultivation. He wanted to familiarize himself with the Tao disciple's right hand that had just been fused with his flame snatch the arch armor. He tried using it multiple times in order to test the limits of the arm's power as well as his ability to withstand its power. After multiple attempts, Wang Baoli concluded that he could unleash the arm's power 3 times. Each attack was both a terrifying and exhilarating experience. Each attack was imbued with the power to utterly destroy Sun Hai. Wang Baoli's mastery of the final level of the Lightning Immortal transformation, Lightning Immortal Point, had increased as well. In addition, the fusion of the broken arm and his the arch armor also gave him quite a bit of inspiration. He pulled out the 2 corpses of the Spirit Immortal Realm Star Fang beasts that he had recovered from the Star Fang beast's resident star, and tried fusing the corpses with his armor. The fusion failed. Maybe I only succeeded the first time because the broken arm is a divine armament. Wang Baoli thought. Despite his unwillingness to do so, he had no choice but to give up. He made use of his elder's status to search for some information on the refinement of puppets. He obtained some information, but he still needed to do more research and experimentation in order to succeed. The most important thing Wang Baoli was left with now was to prepare for his breakthrough from the perfected core formation realm to the nascent soul realm. Wang Baoli's rights as a Grand Supreme Elder allowed him to access many records regarding the many ways one might ascend to the nascent soul realm, as well as the many different types of nascent souls in existence. There were more than 300 types of nascent souls. They were all different in minute ways, and one's decision to settle on one type of nascent soul would determine his or her future. Wang Baoli studied up on the various types while trying to determine which type he was to pick. He also tried asking Little Missy, and she threw out a few options. Then, she said with the voice of the experienced, that as long as Wang Baoli successfully formed one of those dozen nascent souls, that she would have a way of bringing up the quality of his nascent soul. This would greatly aid Wang Baoli's future. Chapter 628, Jumai. Chapter 628, Jumai. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The lightning immortal soul, 5 elemental soul, heavenly dream soul, 9 earthly soul. Wang Baoli's head began to throb. His head was filled with the dozen types of nascent souls Little Missy had told him. He had also found the way to break through in the vast expanse Dao Palace's records. He frowned slightly. There were simply too many varieties of nascent souls. The nascent soul realm was a vast gulf that separated the levels of cultivation. Transforming one's core into a soul was akin to forming a second life, and this would dramatically transform a cultivator's life. Teleportation was one of those changes that the cultivator would experience. The formation of a nascent soul made one into a child of the heavens and earth, and the cultivator would be able to meld with the nomological laws and wield them. A nascent soul also had the power to control the lands. Some primitive civilizations called nascent souls ancient demons. That itself proved how powerful a nascent soul realm cultivator was. A nascent soul's power was related to the type of soul. There were countless cultivation civilizations in the universe and as many different types of nascent souls. Li Xingwen's was a Dao soul, and his enlightenment-based divine power contributed partially to that. Du and Mu chose to cultivate a 5 elemental soul, and its essence was irrevocably tied to the Federation's fortunes. This might seem bizarre and mysterious, but what it essentially meant was that his nascent soul was the manifestation of his ideals and will. Wang Baoli had asked Sect Lord Shu about his nascent soul, and he had chosen the violent soul, one that centered on violence and death. The nascent souls that everyone in the Federation and Dao Palace had were nearly all different. There might be similarities amongst their nascent souls, but minute differences did exist. It was impossible to say which type of nascent soul was better, as there was only one way to determine the potential of a nascent soul, and that was its quality. That was what determined the extent to which one's nascent soul could meld with the nomological laws, and that would determine one's battle prowess and future. The Dao Palace records also mentioned something else, which was the extremely rare 5-type nascent soul that had been found scattered across countless civilizations. They were considered legends. The vast expanse Dao Palace of the past had the opportunity to cultivate one such nascent soul, but the ways of its cultivation had been lost. The current vast expanse Dao Palace no longer held the secrets to the formation of such a nascent soul. Wang Baoli had asked Little Missy about that, but Little Missy only replied and told him not to be overly ambitious and long for something that was beyond his reach. Wang Baoli had his own unique understanding of what Little Missy had told him. I bet it's most likely because she doesn't know much about it. Or maybe she's afraid to tell me. Wang Baoli blinked. He had realized some time ago that every time Little Missy had given him a target that seemed unachievable, he would somehow achieve it without much of a problem. Little Missy, that legendary nascent soul that can't be achieved, what exactly is it? Wang Baoli couldn't help being tempted when he thought about it, so he tried asking again. Little Missy seemed to be thinking the same thing as well and didn't answer Wang Baoli's question immediately. She hadn't heard of many successful accounts of people attaining the legendary 5-type nascent soul. It wasn't merely legendary and seemed almost impossible. She still seemed a bit uneasy. She seemed to have mentioned that it was impossible. It should be fine, just saying that. If he manages to make the impossible possible again, I'll call him Granddaddy. Little Missy snorted secretly. She continued consoling herself before she was suddenly caught by the urge to slap herself. It might not have been as bad if she hadn't just said that, but now that she had. Exhaustion suddenly overcame Little Missy at that thought. She decided not to think about it anymore. Time passed steadily, and another month went by. While Wang Baoli continued his cultivation and his study of nascent souls, the giant tree did his best to complete the assignment that Wang Baoli had given him. He did quite a good job. He identified all the female disciples he could find and then began creating numerous opportunities for Li Wuchen, and these female disciples to fall in love. The giant tree didn't realize how talented he was in this area. The heavens rewarded those who toiled diligently. Under his watchful eyes and careful planning, the giant tree finally discovered something. He verified his observations repeatedly and then rushed over to Wang Baoli's and reported his findings. Esteemed elder, your humble servant spent a month and was finally able to complete the mission you assigned. I found a female disciple Li Wuchen's romantically interested in. The giant tree immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply when he saw Wang Baoli. Both his attitude and the look in his eyes spoke of great deference. Wang Baoli perked up, but he kept his thoughts to himself and simply nodded slightly. The giant tree saw Wang Baoli's reaction and immediately pulled out a jade slip and presented it to Wang Baoli, whispering. I realize that Li Wuchen has a relationship with a perfected true breath realm cultivator, Ju Mai, that is out of the ordinary, so I did a background check on Ju Mai. She's one of the cultivators in the third batch. Even though her level of cultivation isn't very high, she's one of the more powerful cultivators to have emerged from the Ethereal Tao College these last few years. That was why she was selected by the Ethereal Tao College for transfer to the Tao Palace. This jade slip contains Ju Mai's records for your inspection, elder. The giant tree lowered his head after his report and kept quiet. He had found out the relationship between Ju Mai and Wang Baoli. However, if Wang Baoli wasn't going to mention that, he wasn't going to point it out either. He was simply going to do his duty as instructed. He didn't dare, nor did he wish to ask Wang Baoli about other related matters. He had investigated those matters clearly as well, but that was because he didn't permit himself to make any mistakes, or commit any oversight in the event Wang Baoli questioned him about them. This was something he had learned from his subordinates when he had been the deputy governor on the Martian colony. One should carry out the orders given to him or her dutifully while thinking 3 steps ahead. It might seem that he had only completed the task according to what had been instructed, but in reality, he had also familiarized himself with all the details related to his mission. He had performed checks on related matters that had been beyond the scope of his duty, and had prepared for the possibility of having to answer any questions on the spot. He would have been able to answer them readily. The giant tree had done his best while carrying out Wang Baoli's instructions. His head remained lowered. Meanwhile, Wang Baoli had frozen on the spot. He was familiar with the name Ju Mai, but he couldn't recall why at the moment, so he took the jade slip and began browsing its contents. She's from Mars, a graduate from the Tao Mountain Mist Academy? Wang Baoli's eyes widened when he read that. His thoughts cleared up as he finally realized why he had found the name familiar. The image of a chubby young girl surfaced in his mind. Wang Baoli blinked and continued reading. The report in the jade slip was very detailed, including information on Ju Mai's family as well as what she had been up to after she graduated. She had chosen to enter the Ethereal Tao College and completed her studies on the Upper Academy Island. During her time there, she had chosen to enter the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Everything made Wang Baoli slightly confused. He could vaguely remember his time at the Tao Mountain Mist Academy. The faces of his students flashed across his mind, and soon, the expression on Wang Baoli's face softened. He couldn't hold back a smile. The giant tree noticed the smile on Wang Baoli's face. Wang Baoli must have remembered Ju Mai had once been his student. He said quietly, Elder, based on my observations, Ju Mai and Li Wuchen seem to be in love with each other. I've asked other cultivators from the Ethereal Tao College discreetly and received concrete evidence of that. There's indeed something going on between them, and it seems to be developing further during their time together in the vast expanse Tao Palace. The giant tree stopped speaking at that point. He lowered his head and awaited instructions from Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli fell silent. He might have chosen to give Li Wuchen a hand if the other person involved wasn't his own student and were someone he didn't know. He would have tried to aid the development of this romance while not going against his own principles. But Ju Mai, his student, was now implicated in the matter, so Wang Baoli wasn't going to act rashly. He needed to speak to Ju Mai personally and understand what was going on before he could make a decision. If Ju Mai wasn't a willing party in this relationship, Wang Baoli would stop whatever plan he had in mind and find some other way to keep Li Wuchen under control. Besides, he might have overestimated the problem at hand. Perhaps when Li Wuchen finally regained his memories, Wang Baoli would have already reached the planet realm. At that thought, Wang Baoli's attitude changed. He smiled as he said, "Little Osmondus, bring my disciple Ju Mai over here. My memory may be failing me since I didn't recognize her at first. Maybe she's easily embarrassed and doesn't dare come see me." Upon saying that, Wang Baoli suddenly realized something. Maybe Ju Mai did feel something for Li Wuchen, which was why she didn't dare pay a visit to Wang Baoli. After all, she was aware of the tension between himself and Li Wuchen. The Fire Spirit Academy and Dao Mountain Mist Academy had been fiercely competitive and hostile towards each other, and Ju Mai herself had been one of the participants. Wang Baoli wondered how the pair had gotten together in the first place. Chapter 629, A Marital Arrangement. Chapter 629, A Marital Arrangement. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's instructions, the giant tree took his leave and went searching for Ju Mai. He explained the situation briefly to the young woman, who was clearly nervous. She looked like a child who had just done something wrong. The giant tree knew the teacher-student relationship between Wang Baoli and Ju Mai, so he stood patiently at one side and didn't rush her. After a long moment, Ju Mai finally took a deep breath. There was determination in her eyes as she followed the giant tree to Wang Baoli's palace. When she entered the palace and saw Wang Baoli sitting at the end of the hall, the anxiety in Ju Mai's heart surged. It was intermingled with excitement and respect as she bowed and greeted Wang Baoli. "Ju Mai, your humble disciple, greets the dean." Wang Baoli studied the young woman before him. Ju Mai had clearly matured. Her cultivation had improved, and as a result, the muscular body that she had gotten from practicing Wang Baoli's heaven-devouring skill had slimmed down considerably. Regardless, her physical strength was clearly greater than others at the same cultivation realm. This was a result of the cultivation technique that Wang Baoli had taught them. Ju Mai wasn't the only one who had benefited from it. His original batch of students were now allocated to various departments in the Federation, and their physical strength was greater than others at the same cultivation realm. Wang Baoli's growing fame and reputation meant that his students' respect towards him had grown stronger instead of weaker all these years. Ju Mai was no exception. She greeted Wang Baoli excitedly and had addressed him as Dean, which brought back many memories. He sighed and raised his right hand, and with a wave of his hand, a sudden gentle force lifted her to her feet. "It's been quite a few years since we last saw each other. You've grown. This is my oversight. I wouldn't have known that you were here in the Dao Palace if I hadn't seen your name." Wang Baoli stared at Ju Mai and sighed. He was experiencing a strange sensation. He wasn't that old himself, but now, seeing his student before him, he suddenly felt old. Perhaps I've really grown old? Wang Baoli instinctively patted his tummy. It had grown quite chubby. The Dean is the Grand Supreme Elder of the Dao Palace and busy with administrative matters. Your humble disciple understands that. In truth, your humble disciple is too ashamed to face the Dean. Ju Mai bit her lips and whispered. The feeling she had towards Wang Baoli was rather special. Their relationship felt like one between a parent and child, yet it wasn't exactly that. He was the teacher who had taught her. Without Wang Baoli, Ju Mai wouldn't have gotten to where she was now. She would have remained meek and timid like she had been. Wang Baoli had changed her fate and the fates of her schoolmates. Wang Baoli had been the one who had taught them confidence and the power of unity. Wang Baoli himself wasn't aware of how his swift progression had united the students he had taught then. They identified themselves as Wang Baoli's faction, forming a new force across the various departments in the Federation. Their faction was still newly formed, but one could imagine the influence it was going to have in the future as they developed further in their careers. Their seniors had also formed a strong foundation in the Federation, and Mars was a clear indication of their strong presence. That was why Ju-Mai had chosen to enter the ethereal Dao College after graduating from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. However, the fates were mysterious. She hadn't realized then that she might one day fall in love with Li Wuchen, her senior and past enemy. That was why she had been too ashamed to pay a visit to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli stared at Ju-Mai thoughtfully. He didn't immediately mention Li Wuchen and started by asking Ju-Mai about the other students and how they were doing. Ju-Mai slowly relaxed and stopped being so nervous. Then, with a smiling face, he asked gently. Ju-Mai, this thing between you and Li Wuchen. Wang Baoli left his sentence hanging while staring seriously into Ju-Mai's eyes. Ju-Mai immediately became nervous under Wang Baoli's gaze, and as she listened to Wang Baoli's hidden question in his words, shock and fear colored her face. Her voice began to tremble, and she started stammering. Dean, about this matter. Wang Baoli's face grew dark as Ju-Mai grew nervous and began to stammer. He thought the worst and said suddenly. Did Li Wuchen try to make things difficult for you after you entered the Ethereal Dao College? Did he do anything despicable? That must be it. This Li Wuchen, how dare he? Wang Baoli smacked the handle of his seat. He unleashed a fearsome aura, then yelled at the giant tree, who had been standing in a corner. Fellow Daoist Osmond, go get Li Wuchen for me. No, that's not it. Ju-Mai's face turned pale before the giant tree could say anything. She stumbled forward hurriedly, tears filling her eyes as her face was colored with concern and fear. It was clear that she was worried. Wang Baoli could see that. He sighed, then waved his hand and got the giant tree to stay put. Then, he rubbed his forehead and looked at Ju-Mai, who had lowered her head. A long moment later, Wang Baoli spoke again. Ju-Mai, tell me, are you really in love with Li Wuchen? Are you very certain you want to become Dao partners with him? Stop trying to hide the truth from me. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. Wang Baoli's voice lost its fierce quality. It was as if he had become the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy again. Ju-Mai blushed and lowered her head in thought. Then, she replied meekly. Yes. Wang Baoli fell silent, then shook his head and smiled. Since both of them were willing parties in this romance, there was no need for him to continue observing them. They would eventually become partners in the future. His interference would simply make the relationship official sooner. As a Dao disciple, if Li Wuchen became Dao partners with someone from the Federation, this would further cement the alliance between the Federation and the Dao Palace. Of course, what was most important was that both of them truly held feelings for each other, as it would be meaningless if one party was unwilling to commit. At that thought, Wang Baoli observed Ju-Mai for a while longer and concluded that she did indeed have feelings for Li Wuchen. He had come to a decision and said suddenly, fellow Daoist Osmond, please have Li Wuchen brought here. Ju-Mai still seemed worried, but Wang Baoli's polite tone made her sigh with relief. She kept her head down and stood there quietly. Her heart raced. She was a smart woman, and she knew what her dean was trying to do. This was the first time Wang Baoli was playing matchmaker, and it was a refreshing experience. He smiled and teased Ju-Mai, then began chatting about Jin Duoji. He was surprised to find out that Jin Duoji hadn't returned to the Trilunarist Corporation after graduation, but had joined the military on the lunar base. The two of them chatted for a while before the efficient giant tree led Li Wuchen to Wang Baoli's palace. Li Wuchen hadn't wanted to go, but the giant tree had told him that Ju-Mai was there, so Li Wuchen could only sigh secretly and follow the giant tree. As soon as he entered the halls, he saw Wang Baoli sitting at the end, chatting merrily with Ju-Mai. The sight filled his heart with a myriad of emotions. He knew that Ju-Mai was Wang Baoli's disciple, and he also knew that they couldn't hide their relationship from Wang Baoli. Embarrassment and awareness of their past conflict made Li Wuchen nervous and fraught with anxiety. Right after Li Wuchen had entered the halls, before he could extend his greetings, the expression on Wang Baoli's face immediately turned icy cold. He said coolly, Li Wuchen, what you have between you and Ju-Mai ends today. I don't wish for you to bother my disciple in the future. If you do so, I'll kill you. As soon as Wang Baoli said that, shock flashed across Ju-Mai's face. Dean, you. Li Wuchen froze. His breathing grew heavy, and his face turned pale. Then, he saw the look on Jumai's face and heard what she had tried to say. It was as if he was suddenly infused with power. He ignored his nervousness and his anxiety and marched forward with determination and hostility in his eyes. Elder Wang, this is between Maya and me. You might have been her teacher, but that doesn't give you the right to stop. I can guarantee your advancement to the perfected core formation realm within a year. I can even guarantee your entry into the nascent art chamber so that you can have a chance at attaining the nascent soul realm. However, if you don't agree to do as I say, I can make life difficult for you even if you belong to the Tao Palace. You'll die in the sword body. Li Wuchen, you know what you must do. Think it through and give me your answer. Wang Baoli's voice was cold, and violence filled the air. The entire palace was weighed down by a certain heaviness. Then, he raised his right hand and pointed at Jumai. A spell flared into being and sealed Jumai's lips. She couldn't speak and could only worry silently. Li Wuchen's face grew paler, and the fury in his eyes intensified. He glared at Wang Baoli unblinkingly and forced his answer out without hesitation. Wang Baoli, my answer is, no. Wang Baoli rolled his eyes. He had to admit that he had been overly dramatic, but he had no choice, as that was how the television dramas playing in the Federation all unfolded. He believed there must be a reason for that. He listened to Li Wuchen's answer and eyed him seriously. He came to a conclusion. He smacked the handle of his seat, then rose to his feet. As he spoke, his voice rang out, heavy with authority. No? So be it. I'll make the decision for the both of you right now. Your union will be held inside this palace. You will become Tao partners, inseparable in both life and death. Li Wuchen, do you consent? Chapter 630, First Appearance. Chapter 630, First Appearance. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wuchen was dazed by Wang Baoli's words. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Baoli in confusion, then looked at Jumai. He realized that Jumai was still imprisoned by a seal, so she had no way of replying to him. Li Wuchen didn't recover from his shock for quite some time. Wang Baoli stared at Li Wuchen's stunned look calmly and casually said, I had this friend. He was a terrible person who committed an act of disloyalty to his partner. The next day, he died. Li Wuchen gulped as soon as Wang Baoli said that. It wasn't that he wasn't agreeable to the proposal, his earlier agitated reaction should have proven that, but everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't yet recovered from his shock and confusion. Now that things had unfolded in this manner, Li Wuchen wasn't going to hesitate any longer. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply towards Wang Baoli. Yes, your humble disciple does. Wang Baoli was extremely pleased with Li Wuchen addressing himself as his disciple. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Jumai, freeing her from the seal. He asked her gently, Maya, are you agreeable to that? Jumai blushed and lowered her head. Her voice was soft but clear. As the Dean commands. Wang Baoli shook his head and smiled. He might have something to gain out of this successful matchmaking, but the happiness he felt from helping his disciple tie the knot was definitely greater than the satisfaction he got from the former. Fine, you can return. Wait for my news. As your senior, I will take care of the entire ceremony for you. Wang Baoli smiled and, with a wave of his hand, indicated that they could leave. Li Wuchen finally understood what was going to happen and was overcome with excitement. He looked at Jumai. The latter blushed and gazed back at him. The pair gazed at each other and saw their joy mirrored in each other's eyes. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. Li Wuchen took a deep breath and bowed deeply. He did so with unprecedented happiness and respect. He had been won over and was beyond grateful to Wang Baoli. Jumai took her leave as well, leaving together with him. Wang Baoli sighed as he gazed at their retreating backs. Li Wuchen might be kinda a pain in the ear ***, but he's got a good heart. I hope they will remain partners and share their lives forever. Wang Baoli smiled, then indicated to the giant tree that he could leave as well. There were no other people left in the halls except him. That was when Wang Baoli sat down again. He began thinking about the union between Li Wuchen and Jumai. The first thought he had was of Feng Churan's reaction to this matter. Feng Churan is in no position to interfere. That is, unless she reveals Li Wuchen's true identity. Wang Baoli realized then that this marriage was definitely going to take place. He pulled out his voice transmission and began making preparations. He also made use of the teleportation array formation and sought Li Xingwen's views on the matter. The Federation treated Wang Baoli's message with the utmost importance and discussed the matter repeatedly. Li Xingwen even contacted Zhu Mai's parents. The Federation also sent over their plans detailing the next steps to take to assimilate the Federation with the Dao Palace to Wang Baoli. The Federation was going to permit the Dao Palace to send 30 Dao Palace cultivators to the Federation for a cultural exchange. The level of cultivation for this first batch had to be below the nascent Soul Realm, and Li Wuchen was to lead the party. The Federation also hoped that the Dao Palace would bring a seed from the Hyacinthus tree with them. It would be planted in the Federation and be seen as proof of their strong alliance. After receiving the plans from the Federation, Wang Baoli approached Sect Lord Shu, the giant tree, as well as Zhao Yameng to discuss this matter. Zhao Yameng didn't know whether to laugh or weep at Wang Baoli's playing matchmaker, and she didn't comment much about it in the end. The four of them discussed the Federation's proposal and gave their own opinions on the matter. Wang Baoli also presented his own idea. Perhaps in the initial phase, we could first set up an alliance called the Dao Commonwealth. There will be two great holy lands. The first is Earth, and it will be called the Federation Holy Land. The second is the ancient greenish-bronze sword, and it will be called the Vast Expanse Holy Land. The other stars would still be known as regions, and their jurisdiction would fall under the Dao Commonwealth. The proposal was still in its infancy. It was simply an idea that Wang Baoli had formed with his experience as Grand Supreme Elder. After discussion with the others, they finally decided to send this proposal back to the Federation. The Federation's think tank would then determine its feasibility. It wasn't possible to send voice transmissions between the Federation and the Dao Palace, so they could only exchange messages by sending communication jade slips via the teleportation array formation. That was why communications took 7 days. The proposed Dao Commonwealth caught the Federation's attention. The Federation had similar ideas, but they weren't yet ready to form a Commonwealth. That was why the idea had remained as an idea for further discussion. As for the wedding between Li Wuchen and Zhu Mai, both Li Xingwen and Du Anmuke had given their go-ahead. News of the first wedding of Dao partners from the Federation and the Dao Palace respectively slowly spread throughout the Dao Palace in the following days. Feng Churan was surprised and stunned when she heard the news, but after some hesitation, she finally chose to acknowledge the union. Her silent permission meant there were no longer any obstacles preventing the union from taking place. Sect Lord Shu was aware that the wedding would serve as further motivation to strengthen the alliance between the Federation and the Dao Palace. Furthermore, Zhu Mai was Wang Baoli's student. That was why he decided to participate in the preparations as well. Another week passed. The wedding, held in the Dao Palace, witnessed by all Federation cultivators present in the Dao Palace and many other cultivators, with the Dao Palace congregation led by Feng Churan, finally took place. This was an important day for Li Wuchen and Zhu Mai, as well as a day worth remembering for both the Federation and the Dao Palace. Feng Churan was overcome with emotions. She knew who Li Wuchen was and had sent him to the Federation for his safety. Now, she was witnessing his wedding with her own eyes. She could tell that Wang Baoli had done the matchmaking for the couple, but she thought things through. That was why she was here now, standing together with Wang Baoli as witnesses for the young couple. Dao disciple Wuchen, I wish you a happier life than your previous. Feng Churan gazed past the crowd at Li Wuchen, who was dressed in red and holding Zhu Mai's hand, his eyes bright with unconcealed excitement and happiness. She watched them walk towards her and Wang Baoli, stop, and greet both of them. She couldn't help but feel slightly lost. Memories of the last great battle surfaced in her mind, the battle where the ancient sword had fled from a fallen vast expanse star domain while pursued by the never-ending clan, which changed the ancient sword's flight trajectory. The Dao Palace might have won that battle, but they had done so at a terrible price. The Dao Palace at the sword body had fallen to complete ruins. The elders had been severely injured and had all fallen into deep slumber. As the Dao disciple, Wuchen had fought relentlessly and fearlessly, to the point of being grievously injured and on the verge of death. In order to heal himself, He had no choice but to reincarnate and use the powers of rebirth in order to heal himself completely and recover his vitality. These memories resurfaced and overlaid with the present scene of the cheering and joyous crowd. Feng Churan couldn't help her momentary sense of loss, which persisted until Li Wuchen and Ju Mai approached to greet her. Li Wuchen appeared slightly nervous, and Ju Mai was quite anxious as well. The crowd seemed to have sensed Feng Churan's strange behavior, and they all stared at her. While they had noticed the look on Feng Churan's face, they couldn't discern her thoughts. Only Wang Baoli guessed what she must be feeling from the lost look on her face. He coughed and nudged Feng Churan. Then, his hands reached out, and he pulled both Li Wuchen and Ju Mai to their feet. "I wish you both happiness." Feng Churan finally pulled herself together under Wang Baoli's slight nudge. A smile lit up on her face as she gazed at the newly wedded couple before her and said softly, "I wish you both a long life together." The Dao Palace cultivators around them finally burst out into loud cheering after hearing Wang Baoli's and Feng Churan's blessings. The Federation disciples echoed the cheers. Li Wuchen finally released a sigh of relief. He had no idea his relationship with Feng Churan, but he knew that Feng Churan had been the one who had given him to his master. The respect Li Wuchen held for Feng Churan was equal to the respect he held for Li Xingwen. His heart burst with anticipation and hope for his future as he received Feng Churan's blessings. He grabbed Ju Mai's hand and held it tightly in his own. No one in the crowd knew though, that as the wedding was in progress, Daoist Duran, who hadn't participated in the event and had been sitting in his great hall during the entire ceremony, suddenly opened his eyes. A blue fire flickered in his eyes. "Finally, the repairs are completed," he muttered, then burst out into laughter as he got to his feet. He lifted his head and stared in the direction of the sword body. At that exact same moment, a loud explosion erupted from within the sword body. The deafening boom rose to the skies and shook the heavens and earth. The sea of fire started boiling, and numerous hexed areas began to cave in, causing hordes of monsters to flee. As waves of fire surged and ebbed, a strange-looking battleship, with a triangular structure formed by 3 discs, whose edges touched slightly, began to rise from the sea. The battleship was like a leviathan, a gargantuan beast seeming to stretch outwards without end. One could hardly see where it ended while standing on it. It rose into the air, the sea of fire raging around it and burning everything to ashes. The 3 discs that formed the battleship were each the size of the moon. They were like 3 separate worlds that spun and shone brightly. An air of mystery surrounded them. The battleship's black outer surface was lined with numerous runes, and waves of overwhelming power surged outwards as the battleship ascended into the sky. It emerged from the sea of fire, and immediately sped towards the borders separating the sword body and the sword handle. Hexes exploded and disintegrated into dust as soon as they collided with the battleship. Mountains shattered. The battleship was enveloped in an incredible power that destroyed everything in its path. Chapter 631, A Call for Help. Chapter 631, A Call for Help. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The vast battleship, formed from 3 discs that seemed to hold within them 3 worlds, had risen from the sea of fire inside the sword body, charged forward with the force of a mighty sword, and sped towards the sword handle. On the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island, Li Wuchen and Ju Mai's wedding ceremony continued. Following Wang Baoli's and Feng Churan's blessings, the cultivators from the Dao Palace and the Federation had all begun cheering loudly. The Dao Palace was a sea of joyous celebration. Those who had not attended the ceremony could also hear laughter from the public square on the main peak. Everything seemed so perfect at that moment. The hyacinthus tree swayed slightly in the breeze as the vast expanse Dao Palace basked in peace and happiness. The Federation cultivators had partially assimilated themselves with the Dao Palace. The establishment of the Spirit Internet and the introduction of a financial credit system, as well as numerous other new initiatives, had allowed the vast expanse Dao Palace disciples to grow used to the ways of the Federation. Their attitudes towards the Federation cultivators had also changed drastically. Wang Baoli's status also played an important role. Save for exceptional situations, his authority was unshakable in the highly regulated and stringent Dao Palace. If the current situation were to continue, within a decade, numerous intermarriages would have taken place, and the next generation would be born. the assimilation would have been completed, and the Federation and the Tao Palace would have been completely inseparable by then. The agreement between Feng Churan and Li Xingwen would have been realized. The alliance would have allowed the Federation civilization to develop adequately and speed up the latter's progress. The Federation civilization would have been able to advance further. This was what the Federation had hoped for, and what Wang Baoli had hoped to achieve as well. That was why Wang Baoli's blessings for Li Wuchen and Zhu Mai's union had been sincere, and his smile hopeful. Of course, there was still regret on his part. He was also a young man who was still unmarried and without a partner. His gaze swept uncontrollably across the crowd and landed on Zhao Yameng. Zhao Yameng was smiling, her eyes bright with joy and blessing for the newly wedded couple. There seemed to be a hint of envy on her face as well. She seemed to sense Wang Baoli's eyes on her. Zhao Yameng pushed locks of her hair, loosened by the slight breeze, behind her ear as her bright eyes met Wang Baoli's. Zhao Yameng smiled as their eyes met. Wang Baoli didn't know why his heart started racing suddenly. He instinctively rubbed his tummy. The sudden gesture instantly broke the spell, rendering Zhao Yameng speechless. Wang Baoli seemed embarrassed as well. He was just about to approach Zhao Yameng to say a few words to her when Zhu Mai and Li Wuchen, who had been exchanging drinks with the crowd, suddenly appeared before Wang Baoli. Zhu Mai had drank quite a bit, so her cheeks were flushed as she stared at Wang Baoli with respect and deference. There was also gratitude. She bowed and then presented a wine cup to Wang Baoli. Li Wuchen stood at one side. His feelings towards Wang Baoli remained mixed, but he was similarly grateful to Wang Baoli for his decisiveness and support for their love. He took a deep breath and filled the cup to the brim. Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks and looked at the couple in front of him before his eyes fell on Zhu Mai. Memories of her being a young girl from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy appeared in his mind. He turned towards Li Wuchen, heart filled with congratulatory joy and comfort. He took the wine cup, then said teasingly, "Maya, you can address me as your master." Zhu Mai lifted her head and looked at Wang Baoli with excitement bright in her eyes. She had long considered Wang Baoli as her master. In fact, she wasn't the only one. The original batch of students who had been taught personally by Wang Baoli all felt the same way. Even the batches after who hadn't received lessons from Wang Baoli continued to look up to him. This was true of every pupil who had graduated from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy since Wang Baoli's deanship. She took a deep breath excitedly and greeted Wang Baoli once again. "Greetings to Master." The Federation and the Dao Palace witnessed Zhu Mai greet Wang Baoli, and the greeting changed the way they saw her. The Dao Palace placed great importance on tradition. Zhu Mai addressing Wang Baoli as master meant that her status and identity in the vast expanse Dao Palace had now been transformed. In fact, she would now be considered as a personal disciple in the vast expanse Dao Palace. She would also be known as Wang Baoli's first personal disciple. This was extremely important. Wang Baoli smiled at Li Wuchen amidst the crowd's shock and envy. Li Wuchen knew what this meant to Zhu Mai, and even though his feelings towards Wang Baoli were still mixed and tainted with their past conflicts, these soon vanished as he looked back at Wang Baoli. He took a deep breath, then mirrored Zhu Mai's deep bow. Wang Baoli smiled. He drank the wine and placed his cup down. He was about to speak when suddenly, something happened. The clear skies that had been conjured up by array formations transformed as a deafening thunder erupted in the skies above the Dao Palace. Boom! The thunder shook the heavens and earth. Wang Baoli shook as well, an alarm colored Feng Churan's face. The disciples around them widened their eyes. Confusion colored their faces as uneasiness began to unfurl inside them. They had a bad feeling about this. What's that noise? What happened? Shouts of shock and alarm rang out. The heavens began to warp and distort, and a series of thunderous booms, each one louder than the previous one, erupted. The lands quaked, the Dao Palace shook, and the sea of fire boiled. The skies and the lands had transformed. The winds howled, and the clouds rolled back. The Dao Palace descended into shock as they witnessed the sight. Many cultivators who hadn't attended the wedding ceremony hastily flew out from their cave abodes, and stared at what was happening around them in shock. Mie Liezi appeared as well, and there was incredulity in his eyes as he turned abruptly towards the sword body and stared. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He could sense that something wasn't right as he looked around. Suddenly, a tornado appeared in the skies out of nowhere. It seemed to have come from the sword body, whipping up waves in the sea of fire as it blew past, creating a series of explosions in its wake. The loud thunderous explosions erupted in the distance and drew nearer as the tornado swept away everything in its path, stirring a storm in the sea of fire and creating a fury of noises that struck terror into everyone's hearts. Alarm colored everyone's faces. Before they could do anything, the voice of someone very, very old came echoing from the distance. It seemed to have traveled with the winds as it swept past the Dao Palace. "Save me, save me!" The voice rang throughout the entire Dao Palace. Feng Churan, who had been alarmed by the sight before her, heard it. She suddenly shook violently. She had a look on her face that no one had ever seen before. It seemed as if she was on the verge of a mental breakdown as she cried out in shock. "Father?" Feng Churan knew that voice all too well. It was her father, an elder of the vast expanse Dao Palace who had died in battle while the ancient greenish bronze sword had been traveling through space. He had perished in the fight against the never-ending clan. "Uncle Master?" Mia Liezi recognized the voice as well. Shock surged through him as he turned and looked at Feng Churan. They saw the look of disbelief and shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Feng Churan's breathing quickened. Without any hesitation, she dashed out and raced in the direction in which the voice had come from. "Elder Feng, please wait." Mia Liezi and Feng Churan might have their differences, but his loyalty towards the Dao Palace was undisputed. Feng Churan had just acted irrationally. He couldn't stop her in time though. He gritted his teeth and decided to follow her. Daoisturan had also appeared with a solemn look on his face. He too went after the two elders, charging towards the distance. Everything happened too quickly. Before the crowd could recover from their shock and react, the three Soul Conduit Realm cultivators had disappeared into the horizon. A myriad of emotions flashed across Wang Baoli's face. Sect Lord Shu, the giant tree, and the other cultivators of the Dao Palace and the Federation shared the same experience. Everyone had the same feeling, something big was about to happen. At the border separating the sword body and the sword handle, thunderous explosions continued to rise to the skies. The vast battleship finally broke free from the barrier. Half of its body appeared on the side of the sword handle as a crack appeared in the barrier. It didn't shatter immediately, but sounds of its cracking hinted at its eventual and soon-to-happen collapse. The battleship chose to stop its advancement at that moment. It stopped, hovering within the barrier, straddling between the sword body and the sword handle. A raspy, weak, and old voice continued to travel out from inside the battleship. "Save me, save me!" The voice echoed in the air. The crack in the barrier created tornadoes in the sky around the battleship. The tornadoes began to travel further into the sword handle. Chapter 632, A First Look. Chapter 632, A First Look. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The entire Dao Palace descended into an uproar. Fear and uneasiness weighed down on everyone's hearts as the three Soul Conduit Realm elders left. Li Wuchen and Ju Mai's wedding ceremony ended abruptly. While the rest of the Dao Palace was swimming in anxiety and fear, Wang Baoli summoned Zhao Yameng, Sect Lord Shu, and the giant tree to discuss what had just happened. They concluded that Sect Lord Shu and the giant tree were to prepare for the worst. They were to evacuate everyone using the teleportation array formation that Sect Lord Shu had secretly set up should the situation call for it. They had to carry out the preparations in secret while being prepared to evacuate at any moment. Sect Lord Shu, as well as the giant tree and Zhao Yameng, who had just found out about the second teleportation array formation, all treated the matter with extreme care. The three left with their hearts heavy and their minds plagued with worry after the meeting. Wang Baoli stood alone in the highest tower of his palace, gazing into the distant sky and sea of fire. His heart was heavy too. It might have been just a singular cry for help, but it had been clear, perhaps even to Feng Churan, that something hadn't been right. However, sometimes, emotions triumphed over reason. That had been why Feng Churan had chosen to journey out and investigate the matter. Wang Baoli understood why she had done that, which was precisely why he had a bad feeling about this. The premonition grew stronger, and a strong wind began to rise, whipping at Wang Baoli's clothes as he shut his eyes. "There's a storm coming," he murmured to himself. He looked down at the bottom of the mountain, at the cultivators bustling around in the Dao Palace and at the world around him. After a long while, Wang Baoli sat down and began his cultivation. The high officials' autobiographies had mentioned before that no matter what the future held, one could only try to seize the present moment. Time passed steadily as Wang Baoli continued his cultivation, and the sect continued its discussion. In that manner, 5 days went by. On the 5th day, as the sun began to set, the thing that worried Wang Baoli the most didn't happen. Feng Churan and the other 2 elders returned, their spirits low and a myriad of emotions on their faces. Wang Baoli received an invitation as soon as the elders returned to the sect, so he went to Feng Churan's palace. The 3 Soul Conduit realm cultivators were already inside, silently waiting. Daoisturan nodded and smiled at Wang Baoli. Mir Liezi, who usually greeted him with an icy look or avoided him altogether, had a look of bewilderment in his eyes. He wasn't his usual fierce self. Feng Churan had a lost look on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Baoli observed the expressions on their faces as the gears in his head spun furiously. He didn't speak and simply sat on the 4th chair in the grand hall, turning his eyes towards Feng Churan. After a long while, Feng Churan shut her eyes, and the hall descended into silence. A long bout of silence passed. Feng Churan suddenly opened her eyes. They were bright with determination. It was then that Mir Liezi suddenly spoke. "We must save him. It doesn't matter if this is a trap. As long as there's a chance that Uncle Master is still alive, we can't ignore this. We must do something." Wang Baoli kept quiet as he listened to Mir Liezi. Feng Churan trembled, then started to speak. Bitterness colored her words. "We've identified the source. It's a never-ending clan battleship. We kept our distance and didn't perform a close inspection, but we know that there were fewer than 10 ships of such scale and size during the last galactic battle. We don't know what lies inside the battleship or why it has reappeared. We don't even know what the remnants of the never-ending clan are planning. To enter the battleship would be to risk the fate of the vast expanse Dao Palace." Feng Churan shook her head as she spoke. Her heart ached, and she wanted to save her father as well, but she couldn't put the Dao Palace at risk. That was why she planned to enter the battleship alone. The vast expanse Dao Palace has fallen to a state where there's nothing left for us to lose. But if we can't even save our own elders, what point is there for our continued existence? Mere hope? If that's the case, Mir Liezi, would rather go down in a fight. Mir Liezi argued. There was determination in his eyes. He saw Feng Churan prepared to retort and immediately turned towards Daoisturan and Wang Baoli. "What do you think?" Daoisturan contemplated for a moment, then nodded. "I agree with Mir Liezi's suggestion. The battleship's appearance is suspicious. However, even if there are surviving never-ending clan members after the war, their level of cultivation shouldn't be very high. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to reappear now. I believe we should strike." Upon hearing Daoisturan's words, Mir Liezi turned and stared at Wang Baoli. Feng Churan did the same. They waited for Wang Baoli's reply. Wang Baoli thought silently. Both Mir Liezi and Daoisturan had reached an agreement on this matter. Feng Churan might say otherwise, but this matter concerned her father. Her views on the matter required no vocalization on her part. They might have given him a choice, but Wang Baoli knew that he had only one option he could choose. Wang Baoli maintained his silence, and a decision was made. All nascent soul realm cultivators, and a great majority of core formation realm cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace would participate in the mission. They would be split into 3 teams, led by the 3 Soul Conduit realm cultivators, in a mission to infiltrate and investigate the battleship. The size of the battleship demanded such a big group of people to search the ship. That would enable them to conduct a swift rescue. The 3 Soul Conduit realm cultivators also informed the entire Dao Palace about the cries of help, as well as the appearance of the battleship at the border between the sword body and the sword handle. The news sent the entire sect into an uproar. The Dao Palace prepared sufficiently for the mission. They activated the array formation that kept its treasures under lock and key and retrieved a few explosive teleportation talismans. Everyone was also given a teleportation talisman, which could be used anytime to teleport away. The prices of several dharmic treasures and pills were also lowered so that everyone could stock up on both quickly. Finally, Liezi announced that they would leave in 7 days. Everyone participating in the mission went into short-term seclusion in order to maintain their condition at peak performance. 7 days passed. The Dao Palace bustled with commotion as an array formation was activated. Hundreds of cultivators flew into the sky, transforming into rainbows that charged furiously towards the battleship. Amongst them were the personal disciples of Feng Churan and Daoist Yuran. However, there were also familiar faces absent in the crowd, such as Dugu Lin, Zhui Yifan, the Giant Tree, and Sect Lord Shu. The Sect Lord was the only nascent Soul Realm cultivator who wasn't participating in the mission. Wang Baoli had fought hard for him to stay out of the mission. The only other Federation cultivators joining Wang Baoli on the mission were Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao. They had to take part because they had acquired official Dao Palace discipleships. Their names had been recorded in the Dao Plate, and they were able to establish resonance with the ancient greenish-bronze swords array formation. They were the contact points between the cultivators inside and outside the battleship once the mission party boarded the ship. If Wang Baoli and the others had been traveling on their own for this mission, they would have required multiple teleportations in order to cover the distance. The time required would be immense. However, with the entire Dao Palace activated and with array formation supporting the mission, everyone's speed was augmented to an incredible degree. It took them a mere 2 days before they saw the enormous battleship straddling the border. Wang Baoli was shaken to the core at the sight of the battleship, left gasping. It was enormous. The 3 discs that formed the body of the battleship were like planets, and they each seemed to harbor a world. Power emanated from the battleship. The core formation realm cultivators shook, fear instinctively rising inside them. Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao were similarly affected. However, they had the protection of their Dao Palace discipleship status. They were better able to acclimate themselves to being inside the ancient greenish-bronze swords array formation as compared to the others. Even so, their faces still looked slightly pale. The nascent Soul Realm cultivators weren't faring much better. Only the 3 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators and Wang Baoli seemed unaffected. The Soul Conduit Realm cultivators were powerful enough and already on the verge of a breakthrough to the next level of cultivation. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, was an adopted disciple. He was able to fight against the suppressive force after his cultivation was augmented by the array formation. As planned, we will split 3 ways here and attempt to infiltrate the battleship. Our priority is rescue, but should things go south, activate your teleportation talisman immediately and evacuate. Feng Churan took a deep breath and gazed at everyone. She outlined the details of the mission solemnly. Wang Baoli nodded, and the group began to divide into their smaller teams. They were split into their respective factions, with the 3 cultivators from the Federation joining Feng Churan's team. After the teams had been split, they were ready to move. Before the teams dashed off in their separate directions, Daoist Yuran reminded everyone solemnly. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Technically speaking, the talisman should work inside the battleship, but we can't guarantee that they will. Based on what I've found out in the past few days, it is challenging to enter a never-ending clan battleship. There were accounts of intruders who successfully entered but then were teleported out again. This is the never-ending clan battleship's defense mechanism. That's why should you fail and be teleported out, gather here first. We will regroup and discuss how to proceed next. Chapter 633, I can't get in. Chapter 633, I can't get in. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everyone nodded after listening to Daoist Yuran and immediately split ways. Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Kong Dao followed Feng Churan and raced towards one of the 3 discs. Wang Baoli slowed down slightly so that Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao could keep pace with him. In his opinion, he was simply carrying out his obligations to the sect and to Feng Churan by taking part in this mission. It wasn't truly part of his responsibilities. What he was concerned for were Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao. Yameng, Kong Dao, stay close to me. If anything goes wrong, we'll leave immediately. Wang Baoli knew his priorities. He communicated via his voice transmission ring, through the designated, region-restricted Federation channel. There was no worry of anyone else listening in on them. Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao were of the same view as well. The three of them exchanged looks. They didn't say a single word, but it was clear that they intended to advance as a team and leave together. The team traveled amidst anxiety and wariness, approaching their targeted disc steadily. The disc had looked extremely impressive from afar. Now that they were nearer it, it looked vast and infinite, stretching for miles into the horizon without an end in sight. It was impossible to take it all in with one's eyes. The disc's appearance became more distinct as they approached. They couldn't discern the landscape. The surface appeared liquid-like, and there were ripples, making them feel as if they were approaching a vast ocean. The suppressive force emanating from the disc intensified as the group drew nearer. Despite the defensive barrier of their array formation and Feng Churan unleashing her cultivation to shield everyone, the core formation realm cultivators' heads began to buzz as the group approached the disc. Their minds began to turn fuzzy. Only the nascent soul realm cultivators managed to barely retain clear minds. Wang Baoli, with his impressive cultivation and unique status, managed to keep clear-headed as well. However, his breathing began to quicken, and his heart had started racing uncontrollably. Fortunately, they didn't have to suffer this for long. Under Feng Churan's protection, the team picked up speed and finally got within 1,000 feet of the disc's water-like surface. A sharp light flashed across Feng Churan's eyes as the nascent soul realm cultivators unleashed their cultivation. Everyone joined forces and gathered together, transforming into a shooting star that charged straight at the disc. They arrived almost instantly. Just as they were about to collide with the disc surface, Feng Churan pulled out an ancient talisman without hesitation. It was a talisman that had been created by the true vast expanse Dao Palace, used to slice open a battleship's outer surface and enter the battleship, an explosive teleportation talisman. A thunderous boom resounded in the air as the talisman exploded. Ripples broke the surface of the disc, and a near imperceptible opening was revealed. Feng Churan and the others activated their cultivation simultaneously and unleashed a sudden burst of speed, dashing straight towards the opening. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the opening. They were just about to slip through and enter the world within the disc when suddenly, the rising energies of teleportation exploded before their eyes, sweeping outwards and sending everyone's heads buzzing. Wang Baoli felt that too. He was only one step away from entering the world within the disc and could even smell the flowers inside that world. Regardless, they had failed. Everyone began to disappear in the teleportation storm, only to reappear in the skies 100,000 feet away from the battleship. What's going on? I thought we got in. It's true that the battleship is being protected by a defense mechanism that teleports all intruders away. The expressions on Zhao Yameng's and Kong Dao's faces were dark. Many cultivators around them began to whisper furiously to one another. Feng Churan grimaced, and as she gazed at the battleship, a myriad of emotions burned bright in her eyes. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, let loose a sigh of relief secretly. He hadn't approved of gathering such a large party of people to infiltrate the battleship, but Mie Liezi and Daoist Yuran had both agreed to the idea. Feng Churan had also wished it so, and Wang Baoli had been unable to voice his disagreement. This isn't bad either. Elder Feng Churan should know deep in her heart that her father is likely dead. She couldn't help but hope. Wang Baoli sighed. He lifted his head and studied the battleship before him. He could see the light from teleportations appearing nearby. Mie Liez's and Daoist Yuran's factions had both been teleported away. Everyone had a dark look on their faces. After some discussion amongst the four elders, they decided to make another attempt. It ended once again with their teleportation. They weren't able to enter the battleship. It was then that Mie Liezi came up with an idea. We have to make use of the power from the ancient greenish-bronze swords array formation to create interference in order to resist being teleported away and successfully infiltrate the battleship. I propose that we return to the Dao Palace first and gather the strength of the three factions. We need to make preparations to ensure nothing goes wrong the next time. Wang Baoli agreed readily with Mie Liez's proposal. After a moment of silence, Daoist Yuran nodded in agreement as well. Feng Churan seemed to release a sigh of relief. Her spirits seemed low, but she agreed with their decision as well. The party, comprised of hundreds of people, who had come charging fiercely, decided to leave without achieving anything. Those left guarding the Dao Palace, including Federation cultivators, were surprised by their return. Nothing much had changed in the Dao Palace since their return, except for the appearance of the battleship and their initial failure at infiltration weighing down more heavily on them. Life still had to go on. The appearance of a battleship wasn't going to drastically transform the lives of those in the Dao Palace within such a short period of time. A few days later, the Dao Palace discovered that the battleship had returned to the sword body and hadn't continued its departure. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan expressed their suspicions and uneasiness during discussions. However, a great many of the Dao Palace disciples had let loose a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. The assimilation between the Federation and the Dao Palace continued. After a few days of peace and quiet, Wang Baoli returned to his cultivation. It didn't last though. Jin Duoming came visiting one night. Jin Duoming smiled wryly as he cupped his fists and greeted Wang Baoli. Baoli, I know something huge happened a while ago, and I can sense that we have been growing apart. I'm here to discuss something openly with you. I, Jin Duoming, really have no wish to fight for the Federation presidency with you. I don't care that it's the mission that Duan Muk, that old man, has tasked me with. I know what I want. I want to play a part in the assimilation between the Federation and the Dao Palace. I also want to establish a trilunarist corporation that is independent of my family clan. Baoli, will you help me? Jin Duoming sounded sincere. His eyes were clear and honest, without secrets, as he stared at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli rubbed his forehead. He had been thinking a lot after the battleship's appearance. He hadn't really grown apart from Jin Duoming, they had continued to keep in touch throughout the years. He spent some time easing Jin Duoming's mind, then asked. I'll help where I can. You mentioned you ran into some trouble? It's nothing difficult, Baoli. I know that what I'm about to ask may result in some misunderstanding, but I'll just speak my mind. I wish to exchange a portion of my shares in the Spirit Internet for a portion of your shares in the game. Jin Duoming ducked his head sheepishly as he said that. Wang Baoli rubbed at his forehead again. This wasn't a problem at all, in his opinion. However, it also wasn't something he could unilaterally decide. After some thought, Wang Baoli said tactfully, Duoming, you should discuss this with Sir Haiyang. Baoli, I've gone looking for Sir Haiyang. I went to his cave abode, but there was no one there. His cave abode was empty as well. I heard that he disappeared the same day the battleship appeared. He hasn't returned yet, Jin Duoming sighed and said with great exasperation. He's gone, and his cave abode is empty? He's gone missing again? Wang Baoli froze. He immediately pulled out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to Sir Haiyang. It was like a rock sinking into the ocean, there was no reply. Jin Duoming saw that, and an imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. He lowered his head and sighed. Yes, this fellow keeps disappearing. This is the second time he's gone missing. Wang Baoli's head began to throb slightly. He couldn't help but wonder at the strange timing of Sir Haiyang's disappearance. This seemed like something he should look into. He comforted Jin Duoming again. Duoming, you don't have to worry about this. Sir Haiyang's a guy filled with mysteries. Maybe he just has something he needs to attend to. I'll go look for him. You'll have your answer soon. How about that? Jin Duoming smiled wryly and nodded. He chatted with Wang Baoli for a while longer, then left. Having sent Jin Duoming off, Wang Baoli sat back down in his palace, and a crease appeared on his forehead. As he wondered about Sir Haiyang's disappearance, he suddenly lifted his head and looked outside, in the direction that Jin Duoming had left. Suspicion gradually colored his eyes. After some thought, he realized that his suspicions were a result of what Jin Duoming had said about Sir Haiyang. He's gone, and his cave abode is empty? He's gone missing again? Yes, this fellow keeps disappearing. This is the second time he's gone missing. The exchange played in Wang Baoli's mind, and the crease in his forehead deepened. Assuming that Jin Duoming wasn't aware that Sir Haiyang had done a disappearing act before, he should have been surprised upon hearing what Wang Baoli had said. He should have questioned Wang Baoli about Xie Haiyang's habit of disappearing. But from Jin Duoming's reply, Wang Baoli could sense that he seemed to know that Xie Haiyang had done a disappearing act before. Something wasn't right there. Jin Duoming shouldn't know about Xie Haiyang's stay in the ethereal Dao College. He had asked about Xie Haiyang before, but Wang Baoli hadn't revealed such information to him then. Even if Jin Duoming had decided to do a background check on Xie Haiyang, there wasn't much of a chance of him finding out the truth. They were on the ancient greenish bronze sword, not in the Federation. Besides, he had warned Jin Duoming not to offend Xie Haiyang. Wang Baoli still remembered the expression Jin Duoming had on his face. Based on his understanding of Jin Duoming's character, Jin Duoming had taken that advice to heart. He was a smart guy, so he wouldn't have gone ahead and investigated Xie Haiyang secretly. There was a high likelihood that Jin Duoming had always assumed that Xie Haiyang was a native disciple of the vast expanse Dao Palace. Wang Baoli began to suspect something was going on. But then, Jin Duoming might have also done some asking around. Wang Baoli wasn't the only person who was from the ethereal Dao College. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. Wang Baoli rubbed his forehead and decided to set this matter aside. He thought about Xie Haiyang's disappearance again, and an indescribable irritation rose inside him. He instinctively called out for little Missy, but she didn't reply. Is she asleep again? Wang Baoli rose to his feet. The skies had darkened. The strange irritable feeling began to grow stronger inside him, so he pulled out the jade slip containing the game Descend. He intended to enter and play the game for a while to rid himself of this bizarre irritation he was feeling. However, no matter how many times he tried, it was as if the game server had crashed. He couldn't log on. Chapter 634, A Floral Scent. Chapter 634, A Floral Scent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I can't log on. Wang Baoli shook. His breathing stopped as a thought surfaced in his mind. Xie Haiyang, that fellow. Did he just grab everything and run away? Wang Baoli began to panic. He took out his voice transmission ring and tried contacting Xie Haiyang again, but he received no reply. Simmering with frustration, Wang Baoli sat down and began to think. Xie Haiyang doesn't seem like the type to resort to such despicable tricks. Wang Baoli thought. Finally, he sighed and turned on the Federation communication channel on his voice transmission ring. The Federation cultivators were talking about the battleship. After a long moment, Wang Baoli shook his head and set aside his worries about Xie Haiyang. He shut his eyes and began to meditate. However, it didn't take long before Wang Baoli suddenly opened his eyes. There was a strange, contemplative light in his eyes. Even though he had decided to stop thinking about Xie Haiyang, somewhere inside him was a voice telling him that something was very wrong. Jin Duoming suddenly paying a house visit, Xie Haiyang being uncontactable, and me not being able to log on to the game, Wang Baoli muttered. The three things seemed to be related to one another, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. He was no longer in the mood for cultivation. Wang Baoli had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to rest easy if he didn't figure this out. He mused silently, recalling his interactions with Jin Duoming and Xie Haiyang. Then, his eyes widened. His breathing quickened as he remembered asking if the game would suddenly crash. Xie Haiyang had answered him then. The game won't crash unless you're dreaming. Those words were like bolts of lightning exploding inside Wang Baoli's head. He began to tremble, and waves of emotion surged inside him. A terrible light flickered in Wang Baoli's eyes, and he was silent for a long while. Then, his right hand reached into his clothes and began rummaging. He pulled out the mask in which little Missy resided. He could feel the mask in his hands, but he couldn't see it at all. Wang Baoli's face darkened instantly. There seemed to be something in the air, a whiff of something floral. That floral scent again. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He remembered the first time he had smelled that, it was the instant he had been teleported away by the battleship. He sat there silently. The voice transmission jade slip in his storage bag started vibrating suddenly. He lowered his head, narrowed his eyes, and pulled out the jade slip. As his spirit chi flowed into the jade slip, he heard Feng Churan's tired voice. Baoli, come to the cave abode, I have something very important to tell you. Wang Baoli's face was devoid of emotions as he shut his eyes. After a long while, he finally opened them again. There were no signs of anything having gone wrong shown on his face. He rose to his feet, left his palace, and headed straight for Feng Churan's cave abode. He observed his surroundings along the way. There were numerous Dao Palace disciples and Federation cultivators running about. Everyone, Sect Lord Shu, the giant tree, and all the rest, were all acting normally. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There are no loopholes. There was a slightly lost look in Wang Baoli's eyes as he finally arrived at the entrance of Feng Churan's cave abode. He stopped and stood there, staring at the gates. Baoli, come in. The gates slid open slowly as soon as Wang Baoli arrived. Feng Churan's raspy voice rang out. She sounded tired, both physically and emotionally. Even her voice sounded weak and sorrowful. It was as if she had lost all hope. Still no loopholes, Wang Baoli muttered to himself as he listened to Feng Churan's voice and sensed her listlessness. He didn't enter the cave abode immediately. Instead, he stood outside and pulled out the mask again. It was still invisible. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, and knew that the mask had been why he had managed to discover that he had been in an illusion during the Ethereal Dao College's preliminary trial. The mask was invisible now because an illusion had no way of materializing it. Am I in an illusion now? Wang Baoli looked to his sides, then to the skies, and finally to the ground. He observed everything around him. The immense realness of his surroundings led him into another bout of silence. However, the mask's invisibility was clear proof that everything was an illusion. If that were the case, Wang Baoli could now reasonably guess the reasons behind Jin Duoming's house visit and Xie Haiyang's disappearance. If this were truly an illusion, perhaps it means that the illusion isn't able to conjure Xie Haiyang either. That was why Jin Duoming had paid me a visit under the guise of buying shares. His true purpose was to let me know that Xie Haiyang had disappeared. Once I believed him, this would have erased the final loophole. Wang Baoli sighed. He might have viewed a single incident as a coincidence, but Jin Duoming's strange behavior had been followed by Xie Haiyang's disappearance, his own inability to log on to the game, and finally the mask's invisibility. A determined look appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes as he thought through the series of incidents that had occurred. Who cares if it's a dream or an illusion, I just have to dispel it. As he muttered to himself, Wang Baoli lifted his head and stared at the cave abode before him. As Feng Churan's questioning voice rang out from the cave abode, Wang Baoli raised his right hand abruptly and unleashed his full cultivation at the cave abode. The Darach armor appeared instantly on him. His aura rose to the skies, and he sent his fist flying forward. The punch unleashed the full power of the flame-snatched Darach armor and Wang Baoli's will. It contained the determination to break through all barriers, summoning a tornado that swept into the cave abode, howling. Feng Churan's cave abode quaked and began to show signs of caving in. Feng Churan darted out, her steps stumbling as if she had yet to recover from serious injury. Her face was alit with shock and fury, and she yelled at Wang Baoli as soon as she appeared. Wang Baoli, what are you doing? Have you been hit with the never-ending clan's bewitchment as well, like Nye Liezi? Bewitchment? Wang Baoli's face darkened. He charged at Feng Churan, his right hand tightened into a fist. A divine armament's power erupted from his armor's right arm, the melded arm of the Dao disciple. A power that even Wang Baoli found terrifying exploded from his arm. It transformed into a huge, illusory skeletal hand that emanated death and destruction. It seemed capable of destroying everything in its path, even the great abyss. The skeletal hand made a grab at Feng Churan. Alarm flashed across Feng Churan's face. There was fury and incomprehension in her eyes as she raised her right hand. Her soul conduit realm cultivation rose to the skies, forming an incredible power that seemed to blanket the entire world. It surged towards Wang Baoli, and it was clear that her power vastly surpassed Wang Baoli's. However, her seemingly serious injuries disallowed her from maintaining her strong show of strength. She didn't seem to want to kill Wang Baoli. Having held him down with her power, she shouted yet again. Wang Baoli, fight against the never-ending clan's bewitchment. Wake up! Wang Baoli shook at the display of Feng Churan's power and her words. His hair flew, and his clothes whipped in the strong winds. His body was prickling with pain. Everything felt so real, and uncertainty ate at him, but the thought of the mask's invisibility, as well as Jin Duoming's and Xie Haiyang's bizarre behaviors, made Wang Baoli's eyes flash with an icy glint. He roared, and his illusory skeletal arm slammed down on Feng Churan. A thunderous boom resonated in the air. Feng Churan's smile was laced with pain. She had been injured too heavily. The cultivation that she had unleashed earlier dissipated, and her earlier attack seemed to have worsened her injury. When Wang Baoli's divine armament came slamming down, she was swept aside like paper. She shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. As she fell to the ground, she looked at Wang Baoli with bitterness in her eyes. Her voice was weak and faint as she murmured. "Mieliez has been enchanted, and now you as well. Wang Baoli, please, come to your senses. This is reality, it's not an illusion." So, under bewitchment, Wang Baoli fell silent. He looked at the fallen Feng Churan and could tell that his easy victory had been because Feng Churan had already been seriously injured. She had urged him to wake up. Everything seemed so logical and reasonable. There was a reason for her injury. She had mentioned it. It was because Mieliezi had also suffered the never-ending clan's bewitchment like he was. He had suspected that everything had been an illusion. This is the never-ending clan's bewitchment. Can you smell a strange floral scent? That's a symptom. It means that you've fallen to an bewitchment before the teleportation. Feng Churan's breathing grew uneven. Her eyes were bright with anxiety, and she seemed desperate to convince Wang Baoli that this wasn't an illusion. Chapter 635, Parting the Clouds. Chapter 635, Parting the Clouds. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Many cultivators in the Dao Palace had noticed the commotion and rushed over. They kept a distance, but Wang Baoli could see the shock and disbelief on their faces as well as hear their heavy breathing. "Baoli, you! Wang Baoli, what are you doing?" Wang Baoli didn't turn around as he listened to the gasps of shock. He could hear the approaching footsteps of Sect Lord Shu, Zhao Yameng, and the others. He stared at the weakened Feng Churan silently, then slowly narrowed his eyes. Then, he suddenly raised his right hand and pointed lightning quick. A lash of wind whipped out and pierced through Feng Churan's forehead. Feng Churan froze, and her eyes widened as bitterness, and a whole array of emotions, shone in her eyes. She stared unblinkingly at Wang Baoli before finally dying. Has it been dispelled? Wang Baoli muttered to himself as he stared at Feng Churan's corpse. He turned and saw the looks of shock and disbelief coloring the faces of the Dao Palace and Federation cultivators around him. "Wang Baoli, you've gone mad. Baoli! He killed Elder Feng Churan." Gasps of shock exploded in the crowd. Some looked bewildered, others were shaking, and some went mad. The situation seemed like it was about to spiral out of control. It was then that Sect Lord Shu suddenly unleashed his cultivation and roared. "Federation cultivators, I command you to protect Elder Wang Baoli. We are to leave this place now." As his words rang out, the lost and bewildered Federation cultivators shook. Despite the mixed feelings clear on their faces, they swiftly followed Sect Lord Shu and raced towards Wang Baoli, with the intention of surrounding him in a protective circle. The Dao Palace cultivators went mad. There was no way they would allow that to happen. They immediately tried to stop the Federation cultivators, and battle broke out between the two sides. Death and destruction spread like wildfire. As sounds of battling rose to the skies, numerous nascent Soul Realm cultivators could be seen charging towards them from the distance, fury and alarm in their eyes. "Baoli, I believe you had a reason for doing whatever you just did, but this isn't the time to think. Hurry, get to the teleportation array formation. We need to leave this place and return to the Federation." Sect Lord Shu shouted at Wang Baoli frantically. Both Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao were pale in the face. Regardless, they immediately came to Wang Baoli. They reached his side and held him up as he stared in confusion at Feng Churan's corpse. Then, they began to pull him along as they raced towards the teleportation array formation. The sounds of battling, of howling, of deafening explosions, and the light from spells, flooded the Dao Palace. Wang Baoli remained quiet as Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao escorted him towards the teleportation array formation. They were about to reach the array formation when Wang Baoli suddenly rooted himself to the ground and muttered. "I believe." "What are you muttering?" "Baoli, quick, enter the teleportation array formation," Zhao Yameng said frantically. She tried to pull Wang Baoli into the teleportation array formation, but he wouldn't budge. She froze and turned back. What she saw wasn't a bewildered-looking Wang Baoli. Instead, the confusion in his eyes had faded away and was replaced instead with a fierce determination. "I said that I believe in little Missy. I believe in my own judgment and in my own instincts," Wang Baoli said quietly. Having experienced a dark dream, he had done some reading up on the subject. He knew that if this were indeed a dream or an illusion, he would have to locate its source in order to dispel it. Only by locating the source and destroying it could he then dispel this illusion. What he had learned in his dark dream taught him that such sources were often hidden in a living entity. The first candidate he had thought of was Feng Churan. She was a familiar face and had a high level of cultivation. There had been a great chance of her being the source of the illusion. However, nothing had changed after her death. "I'm right. I just haven't found the source. Everything seems frighteningly real." Such a level of realism can only be done by gathering everyone's memories. That is the only way for there to be no loopholes or flaws revealed when I converse with anyone. In that case, everyone's memories, including mine, are the basis of this illusion. But they are only memories. None of these people are real. They may possess the original person's memories, but they won't have their reasoning and their instincts. Wang Baoli suddenly turned and looked at Zhao Yameng, who was looking at him with anxiety in her eyes. "Yameng, you are well versed in teleportation array formations. Help me perform a calculation. Let's assume that the number of Federation cultivators that we are sending back is a prime number. When taking into account the capabilities of each Federation cultivator as an individual and as a whole, as well as the Dao Palace cultivators' determination to stop us, how many teleportations, and how many groups of cultivators should we split them up into in order to send back as many cultivators as possible? Is there any way to send back more cultivators? In addition, what is this prime number that you have assumed?" Wang Baoli's sudden question stumped Zhao Yameng. Nervousness flashed across her eyes as she retorted hastily. "This is no time to joke around. Baoli, what are you doing? Quick, enter the teleportation array formation. Yameng, please help perform the calculations." Wang Baoli stared at Zhao Yameng and implored softly. "Baoli, the most important thing now is to leave," Kong Dao said hurriedly as well. Before he was done speaking, Wang Baoli sighed. He had seen the flash of fear in Zhao Yameng's eyes and had his answer. He raised his right hand, and Zhao Yameng shook instantly as a bloody cut appeared on her neck. Blood spurted out. She stared at Wang Baoli, confused, then collapsed to the ground. Kong Dao was stunned at the scene that had just unfolded before him. His breathing quickened as he staggered backwards. There was confusion and disbelief in his eyes as he stared dumbly at Wang Baoli. It was as if he was looking at a complete stranger. "Kong Dao, I'll just call you Kong Dao now. Can you do me a favor?" "Ambush that person," Wang Baoli said, then casually pointed at a Dao Palace core formation realm cultivator engaged in battle in the distance. Kong Dao stumbled backwards. His breathing grew uneven. He might not realize it, but his eyes were wild and frantic. Wang Baoli sighed with relief. "Fortunately, everything isn't real." He sighed, then waved his right hand. His blade flashed, leaving a gaping hole in Kong Dao's chest. Kong Dao's dead body fell to the ground as Wang Baoli muttered to himself again. "Still not dispelled? The source of the bewitchment isn't on Feng Churan or anyone close to me. Where could it possibly be?" Wang Baoli stood next to the teleportation array formation. An indescribable frustration and sense of danger ate at him. He knew that if he didn't dispel the bewitchment soon, he might not have a chance to do so. His eyes swept across the battling masses. He saw Zhui Yifan, Li Yi, and Jin Duoming. Finally, his eyes landed on the top of the mountain, on the hyacinthus tree. Wang Baoli shook violently as soon as his eyes landed on the tree. He could smell the strange floral scent again. His gut was telling him, in fact, there was a voice shouting inside him and trying to tell him that the source of it all was that tree. He didn't hesitate. Wang Baoli dashed towards the hyacinthus tree. Everyone around him, Sect Lord Shu, Zhui Yifan, the Federation cultivators, and the Dao Palace disciples, all turned towards him simultaneously and stared unblinkingly at him. They rushed out and tried to stop him. But it was too late. Wang Baoli unleashed his flame-snatcher arch armor. His cultivation surged inside him as a divine armament's aura emanated from his arm, stronger than it had ever been. It rose to the skies. Hovering in mid-air, Wang Baoli's body seemed to have melded perfectly with the divine armament. They were like a shooting star, dashing across the heavens and slashing at the hyacinthus tree. The blow landed, and a pained shriek rang out. The hyacinthus tree shook violently and toppled. The skies thundered, and the world was transformed. The cultivators from the Federation and the Dao Palace turned into mere shades, then faded away as if wiped out of existence. The sea of fire around the Dao Palace roared and caved in. It was as if a veil had been lifted by a strong wind following the cave-in, exposing the countless corpses lying all around him. In the distance, blood pooled together and formed a vast river that flowed into the horizon, with no end in sight. Former islands, upon the lifting of the veil, revealed their true form. They were mountains formed from countless piles of corpses. The piles of corpses stretched into the distance. Countless huge, red flowers could be seen on those corpses, some in blossom, others not. A familiar floral scent enveloped the entire world. The skies had transformed as well. They were no longer the skies of the Dao Palace. An enormous sun hung in the heavens. Upon a closer look, one could see that this sun was actually the corpse of a gigantic beast. The light it gave off was a false warmth that transformed into a dim glow of death as soon as it landed on anything. This wasn't the vast expanse Dao Palace. This was the battleship of the never-ending clan. Chapter 636, The Demonic Green Poria Flower. Chapter 636, The Demonic Green Poria Flower. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The hyacinthus tree's destruction seemed to unveil the layer of illusion. Even though Wang Baoli had been mentally prepared for the reveal, he was still shocked by the sight before him. He had thought that this was going to be the case, but he still couldn't calm himself down. So, I didn't return to the vast expanse Dao Palace. Instead, I entered the battleship. Wang Baoli muttered. 10 steps ahead of him was a gigantic red flower. It towered 100 feet tall and had buds like pillars that blossomed skyward. Its huge petals gave off a strange, eerie light. There was a strange fragrance that filled this world. It was a scent that Wang Baoli was familiar with. He had smelled it the moment he had boarded the battleship and while deep in the illusion. The scent was clearly what had drawn him into an illusion. Numerous fruits hung under the gigantic red flower. Each one was the size of a person. Cracks lined the fruits, and within the cracks grew rows of sharp teeth. It was a terrifying sight. Viscous fluids dripped from the cracks, hissing as they landed on the ground. The fruit nearest Wang Baoli had clearly dried up and died. That wasn't all. As Wang Baoli lifted his head and looked at the flowers around him, he saw a dim demonic glow lighting the sky and the land filled with corpses and flowers. Familiar figures stood before the flowers around him. He saw Feng Churan, Zhao Yameng, Kong Dao, and many others who had entered the battleship together. Some of them stood before a fruit hanging under each flower, some were walking towards a flower, and some were crawling into the fruit. A few people were clearly missing. Wang Baoli realized where they had gone when he saw a few fruits hanging ripe and heavy under some flowers. They had been swallowed whole by the fruits. The expressions on Feng Churan's and the others' faces varied. Some had a silly grin on their faces, others a look of confusion. Some looked agitated, others furious. Some were obviously struggling. There were also a few who had pulled out the innards from the corpses on the ground and stuffed them into their mouths. They looked like they were in heaven, as if they had just tasted ambrosia. The heavens were colored with a demonic light, and the land was littered with red flowers in full bloom. The sight before Wang Baoli shocked him to the core. His breathing quickened as he raced towards Zhao Yameng. Zhao Yameng was blushing, her eyes dreamy. She was about to be swallowed whole by the fruit before her and already had half an arm extended into the fruit. It was as if there was someone inside the fruit that Wang Baoli couldn't see who was holding hands with her, and was trying to pull her into his arms. She was about to step right into the fruit. It was then that Wang Baoli arrived next to her and grabbed her arm. He yanked fiercely, and a shriek that seemed to tear at the soul escaped from the fruit. It sounded mad with fury and was clearly unwilling to part with its prey. A force erupted inside the fruit and merged with its violent lust. The fruit swelled up and tried to swallow Wang Baoli whole. Wang Baoli retaliated with a punch from his flame-snatched arch armor. The fruit shook violently, and a scream rang out from within. It exploded upon contact, its juices splattering everywhere. Wang Baoli pulled Zhao Yaming away. However, there were no signs of Zhao Yaming awakening from her illusion. Wang Baoli grew frantic. He raised his right hand and pointed at her forehead. "Wake up!" His voice was like thunder, booming in the air. It seemed to reach Zhao Yaming as well, causing her to tremble. Her eyes became clear, and as she saw Wang Baoli, she murmured, "Baoli, I had a dream. I dreamed that we were..." Her words trailed off as Zhao Yaming's head finally cleared, and she noticed her surroundings. Her pupils contracted instantly, and alarm and shock colored her face. Upon seeing Zhao Yaming recover her senses, Wang Baoli sighed with relief. There was no time to comfort her though. He turned and dashed towards the rest. It was then that the gigantic flower before Feng Churan started trembling. That lasted a few moments before it collapsed. Its petals were ripped apart, its stem and fruits exploded. A powerful spirit chi, one that belonged to a soul conduit realm cultivator, erupted from Feng Churan's person. The Green Poria Dream Realm. Feng Churan had a dark look on her face. As her eyes slowly opened, she saw Wang Baoli and a slightly weakened Zhao Yaming. The latter had clearly just been rescued from her illusion. As for the former, Feng Churan was caught by surprise. She had known that Wang Baoli wasn't someone to be trifled with, but she hadn't expected him to be the first person to break free from his illusion. Wang Baoli watched Feng Churan break free from the illusion and finally was able to set his mind at ease. They looked at each other. There was no need for words to be exchanged. They dashed out and began to rescue the others. There were still a few nascent soul realm cultivators who were trapped in the dream realm. However, they had clearly sensed something was amiss and were fighting against the illusion. It was clear from the expressions on their faces. Many of them would perish without help, but some might have been able to free themselves without help. With Feng Churan and Wang Baoli's help, they would awaken more quickly from the dream realm. It didn't take long for the two, as well as those rescued, to free the cultivators who hadn't been swallowed whole. They had all been trapped in their individual, drastically different illusions. Everyone had been shocked when they had awakened. They had stared at one another with a myriad of emotions in their eyes. No one had wanted to speak about what they had dreamed of. The heaviness in their hearts and the fear they had towards this strange place didn't fade away with their release from their illusions. They had seen a few companions who had been swallowed alive by the fruits, or at least, the bare bones that had been left behind after they had sliced those fruits open. Everyone had descended into silence then. Wang Baoli himself was in low spirits. It had been a dangerous and strange experience since their entering this battleship. Everyone was deeply worried about their current situation. "Baoli, guard these people for me. I'll go destroy the demonic green poria flowers in the area." Feng Churan had a dark look on her face. Their first entry into the battleship had been fraught with danger. Her concern about her father led to her uneasiness as well. She was just about to rise to the sky and inspect the area. However, as soon as Feng Churan said that and Wang Baoli nodded his head solemnly, the dozens of demonic flowers around them suddenly shook and let loose a series of loud explosions. In that instant, they seemed to use up all their vitality and expelled whatever floral scent that was housed within them. The floral scent appeared in a gaseous state when seen from afar. Up close though, it was crimson-red pollen that formed a blood-colored mist and spread outwards, blanketing the surrounding area spanning thousands of feet. The flowers dried up as soon as they expelled the pollen. Within the blink of an eye, they withered and fell to the ground. The mist that had been formed from their pollen, on the other hand, had been unleashed and was spreading further outwards, instigating a sudden transformation. The pollen fell on the corpses piled across the thousands of feet of land. These corpses began to twitch. Waves of mindless howling sounded in the air as hordes of dead bodies began to crawl to their feet. Some of them were human-shaped, the others beasts. There were also some species that Wang Baoli had never come across before. They had all gotten to their feet and were now charging towards Wang Baoli and the surviving cultivators. The aura of death followed these creatures, the air all around them reeking of it. The skies became drained of all color as the winds howled and the clouds boiled. Fortunately, even though the dead numbered many, most of them had died a long time ago. What remained of them was pure instinct. Core Formation Realm cultivators might find them a challenge, but nascent Soul Realm cultivators didn't find these creatures particularly difficult to slay or avoid. A Soul Conduit Realm cultivator would find these easy targets. As the corpses charged towards them, a flash of hard light flickered in an anxious Feng Churan's eyes. She raised her right hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. Heaven and earth thundered as a gigantic illusory hand spanning thousands of feet appeared above their heads and slammed down onto the ground. Winds howled wildly while everyone's hair and clothes whipped wildly in the air. As everyone stood, shocked, the gigantic hand passed through their bodies without harming them and landed on the ground. A deafening boom resonated in the air, and the earth thundered as the palm hit it. All of the corpses charging towards them disintegrated immediately and turned to dust. The illusory hand vanished, and the area regained calm once more. Everyone gasped. Even Wang Baoli stopped breathing for a second. There was a solemn look in his eyes when he turned towards Feng Churan. Feng Churan had never displayed such power in the past. That had been why many had viewed her as less powerful than Nier Liezi. However, she had just now shown a power befitting her status. The red flowers are called demonic green Poria flowers. Their fragrance can imprison one in an illusion, Feng Churan said slowly. She raised her right hand and made a grab through the air, plucking strands of pistils from the withered flowers and placing them before everyone. Hold on to this. It can help fight against the illusory power of the demonic flowers. Chapter 637, Pulling a Log. Chapter 637, Pulling a Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli took the pistils quietly. He understood Feng Churan's desperation to save her father and Nier Liezi's devotion to the sect. Both of them would risk everything to save an elder of the sect. He also understood Daoist Duran's loyalty to the sect. However, he continued to remain wary of the latter. Daoist Duran had been the one who had mentioned the battleship's defense mechanism. That had been part of the reason why everyone had so easily fallen into an illusion. Regardless, even though he might understand their motivations, he still disapproved of this mission. It might not have been so bad if there had been fewer people involved. However, this mission comprised of all the sect's nascent Soul Realm cultivators and a great portion of their Core Formation Realm cultivators. These hundreds of cultivators formed the remaining elite fighting force of the vast expanse Dao Palace. If something were to happen to them, it would create a lasting impact on the vast expanse Dao Palace that the latter might never recover from. The Federation wouldn't be affected in the short term, but it would also suffer the consequences in the long run. Regardless, he was an outsider who was in no place to disagree with their decision. He could only exclude Federation cultivators from participating in this mission. Zhao Yameng's and Kong Dao's statuses in the sect were different though, and they had no choice but to join the mission. That was why Wang Baoli knew that his main responsibility was to ensure their safety while finding Feng Churan's father was a secondary concern. He sighed secretly. He went to Kong Dao and Zhao Yameng. They hadn't suffered any injury, but the series of dangers they had just survived had shaken them. However, neither Kong Dao nor Zhao Yameng were weaklings. They quickly set aside their fears, their eyes once again shining with a fierce intensity. Kong Dao, try activating your teleportation talisman, Wang Baoli said quietly after he walked near the two. Kong Dao shook his head. I tried earlier, it didn't work. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one who had thoughts of leaving. There were a few amongst them who shared the same thoughts. Even though Feng Churan was with them, they had tried activating the teleportation talisman secretly. The teleportation had failed though, which further dampened their spirits. When Feng Churan realized what was going on, bitterness flooded her heart as she sighed secretly. Then, with a solemn look, she bowed deeply towards everyone. Perhaps I've made the wrong move this time, but please believe me. I will do all I can to lead everyone out. Feng Churan's character didn't allow her to be as forceful as Mieliezi. However, as a woman, her malleable character and lack of temper were to her advantage. As she bowed towards everyone and made her promise, her eyes filled with apology, everyone also returned the bow silently. They had all chosen to believe her. That was because they knew her character. They knew that Feng Churan wasn't someone who would leave them to die in times of danger. Elder Feng, there is no need for an apology. As Dao Palace cultivators, it's our obligation to save our elder. Besides, we have chosen the path of cultivation. Why should we now fear death? If we did, we shouldn't have chosen this path in the first place. Kai Lin said with his raspy voice as he stood amidst the crowd. His eyes were fierce as they scanned the crowd. Since teleportation is out of the question, we have only one option left to us, and that is to advance. Elder Feng, we don't have the rights to access many of the records concerning the never-ending clan. Since you know of this demonic green Poria flower, do you also know of anything else that is strange that we should look out for on the battleship? As the nascent Soul Realm cultivators began to speak up, the core formation realm cultivators began to quieten down. Wang Baoli lifted his head and looked at Feng Churan. Feng Churan took a deep breath and pushed aside her anxieties. She knew that she couldn't afford to panic. If she did, she would really be leading everyone to their deaths. She would become a sinner of the Dao Palace. I, Mieliezi, and Yuran have made an error in our judgment. Now that I've seen the corpses and the demonic green Poria flowers, I'm reminded of something that I've heard of before, a special never-ending clan battleship. This special battleship appears no different from other never-ending clan battleships. However, its function is different. They are known as sacrificial palaces. Sacrificial palaces are essentially sacrificial altars. Every time the never-ending clan conquers a galaxy, they would capture hordes of cultivators and throw their corpses into the sacrificial palaces. These cultivators' blood, flesh, and vitality are sacrificed to the battleships and used to aid never-ending clan members' healing. I suspect that this battleship is a sacrificial palace. The bodies here belong to cultivators from numerous cultivations that were destroyed by this battleship. If that is indeed the case, then there should be a minor sacrificial altar in each world contained within each disk. These 3 minor sacrificial altars should be connected to one another on another lower level, where the main sacrificial altar is located. If we want to leave this place, we'll have to enter the main sacrificial altar, where we can then unlock the exit and find a way out. Feng Churan shared her analysis honestly. The crowd fell silent. Wang Baoli sighed secretly. He pulled out some dharmic treasures and pills from his storage bag, alongside a few puppets, and handed them over to Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao. He knew that the journey ahead of them would be extremely difficult. Feng Churan didn't look at the other cultivators. Instead, she looked around them. Besides the thousands of feet around them that had been cleared of demonic green Poria flowers, this land of corpses was still littered with countless demonic flowers. Fortunately, most of the flowers in the distance were all flower buds, unlike the flowers that had been in full bloom and had surrounded them earlier. Let's all rest for a while. We shall move in 30 minutes. After a long moment, Feng Churan retracted her gaze and spoke softly. Kai Lin and the others sat down. They all began to activate their cultivation in silence, ensuring that they remained in peak condition. They had also put away the demonic green Poria flowers pistils. Time passed steadily. The end of the 30-minute break soon arrived. Most of them had recovered their strength and were prepared to continue the mission. It was then that the ground started to tremble. The trembling wasn't violent. Regardless, it still sent alarm flashing across everyone's faces. They got to their feet, the looks on their faces solemn. The trembling intensified as loud stomping sounded in the distance. It sounded like a giant was making its way towards them. Next was a loud panting, like the howling of a furious wind. It was punctuated by loud clanking. Alarm colored the faces of Wang Baoli, Feng Churan, as well as the nascent Soul Realm cultivators. There was no need for words. Many of them instantly took to the skies and stared in the direction the commotion was coming from. They kept looking. Then, suddenly, their eyes widened, and a few of them even gasped out loud. That is... What is that? The commotion in the distance grew louder. The winds grew wilder, and their howling fiercer. A towering figure that seemed to connect the sky and the land, gradually appeared in their sight. At first, they could only hear it. Then, they saw its silhouette. Next, the silhouette grew distinct, and an image imprinted clearly in the eyes of Wang Baoli and the other cultivators. It was a gigantic, monstrous beast that was beyond description. It was similar to the diamond ape, but clearly many times larger. Its body was covered in a messy layer of fur, with patches of black bone exposed to the air. A reeking stench of something rotting accompanied its approach. Heavy chains weighed it down and pierced through its body. They bound it to a huge wooden log that hung suspended in mid-air behind the beast. The log was hundreds of thousands of feet thick. An ordinary cultivator would appear as an ant before the log. However, next to the beast, the log's size was made less obvious. What was most shocking about the log wasn't its width, but its length. It seemed to go on forever. The beast was bound to one end of the log while the other end of the log couldn't be seen at all. The suspended log of wood seemed to stretch all the way back into the distant sky. It was as if it were connected to the other end of the world. This enormous beast was like a mule, dragging the log behind it, one step at a time, moving forward with great difficulty. If it were to slow down even one bit, the chains on the beast would suddenly shine with the light of a rune, which would then transform into numerous fine strands, whipping at the beast and drawing cries of pain from it. The beast was forced to advance without slowing down or stopping under the threat of the whipping. It didn't seem to notice or care about Wang Baoli and the other cultivators. The sounds of clanking and stomping resonated in the air. The sounds of panting gradually drew near. Tens of thousands of feet away from them, the towering figure of a monster trudged forward, one step at a one, dragging behind it a wooden log. Then, it gradually retreated into the distance. Every step it landed on the ground sent the earth shaking. Every step it lifted off the ground stirred up storms. The entire world thundered and the winds howled as it came and then departed. Chapter 638, A Mass Attack. Chapter 638, A Mass Attack. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What was that? Wang Baoli muttered to himself as everyone around him gasped. Feng Churan was shaken as well. The power that had emanated from the beast had been overwhelming and had blanketed the entire world. What had been incredible was how such a powerful beast had been chained up like a slave and made to serve as a mule, dragging the log forward. The sight had shaken everyone to the core. They stared at the other end of the log, which stretched into the horizon without an end in sight. They couldn't help but guess where it led to. The other end of the log must lead to the minor sacrificial altar of this world. Feng Churan said suddenly. The look on her face changed immediately. Everyone grew solemn then as well. What made their expressions darken was what they had seen as the gigantic beast trudged past them. Its heavy steps had shaken the earth. The red flowers that were not yet in bloom had trembled. As they continued to shake, some of these flowers had begun to show signs of blossoming. The sight of that had alarmed everyone. One could easily imagine the hordes of corpses that would rise from the ground with such a great number of demonic green poria flowers, suddenly blossoming. We have to go now. Alarm flashed across Feng Churan's face as she lifted her right hand and waved. A sudden surge of power lifted everyone off the ground and began to push them away. There was no need for her warning. The nascent Soul Realm cultivators around her had all begun to panic and dash off. Wang Baoli did the same. He made use of the push from Feng Churan and dragged Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao along as he dashed off. It was still too late. Perhaps it might be more accurate to say that they had lost their window of opportunity of leaving this place the moment the beast had appeared. The land had stopped quaking, but loud bangs began to ring out incessantly in the air. Each bang was the sound of a demonic green poria flower bursting into full bloom. Each flower bud was the size of a fist, and they were exploding from a fist into an outstretched palm. It was a shocking sight. From afar, it looked as if countless palms were waving at them in the distance. All of the demonic flowers that were in their line of vision bloomed in that instant. Vast clouds of pollen spewed into the air, forming crimson mists that gathered and then blanketed the skies. All around them, to their left and their right, before and behind them, in the distance. They were surrounded by a sea of flowers and crimson mists. The corpses that were caught in the radius of the crimson mist began to twitch. Furious howls rang out in the air as the dead bodies began to crawl to their feet. Their eyes were burning with red flames as they roared and charged at the cultivators. Amongst the horde were beasts missing half their bodies and humans missing limbs. There were skeletons bare of flesh and blood. There were also those whose bodies looked seemingly intact and gave off an evil, black aura. There were even many man-sized bugs gathered in dark masses, charging towards them as they roared. The stench of death hovered in the air and blanketed the area. It was like death's cape, sweeping the air and covering everything as it harvested the blood and flesh of the living. Feng Churan might be at the Soul Conduit realm, but if she were to be trapped within the attacking hordes of these living dead, she would soon exhaust herself trying to fight her way out and eventually perish. She was still a living, breathing being. These corpses, on the other hand, were dead. Their howls resonated in the air as crimson mist enveloped the sky and furious roars thundered. There was no time for anyone to think, as the nearest corpse had already lunged at them. The sounds of battling immediately rang out. Feng Churan formed a rapid series of hand seals, summoning a tornado that surged outwards. The rest realized the danger they were in and gathered together. With Feng Churan in the lead, they unleashed their attacks while charging ahead. Wang Baoli flanked the team on the right, and behind him were Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao. The latter needed no protection from Wang Baoli. Zhao Yameng, especially, was in her element as her array formations found their use in large-scale battles. With a series of hand seals, she unleashed wave after wave of array formations. With every ninth array formation, the accumulated array formations would trigger an explosive attack, wiping out vast legions of corpses and creating a backlash that damaged numerous other enemies. Kong Dao was equally lethal. His beast-like instincts were fully unleashed in battle. The violent streak hidden deep inside him revealed itself as he deftly avoided lethal blows and retaliated viciously in kind. Wang Baoli, having witnessed his friends holding their own in the fight, stopped worrying. With a series of hand seals, he summoned a sea of lightning bolts, an explosion of electricity that generated wave upon wave of electricity that then surged outwards and wiped out hordes of corpses. His flame-snatched arch armor was a weapon more suitable for a one-on-one battle. In the face of the mass of enemies, the first thing Wang Baoli thought of using was the dark art. However, he soon realized that the dark art was useless in such a battle. They had no souls. In fact, the corpses had been transformed into some kind of flesh and blood puppets. His lightning bolts had become the most effective weapon he possessed. He also unleashed armies of flying swords, which shot out from his storage bracelet and dashed about in the air. It was literally raining swords. The rest had also unleashed their own powerful spells and techniques. Feng Churan continued to forge a path open for them, charging ahead amidst the battle. However, there were simply too many beasts and too many corpses. They surged forward, no end in sight. Flying beasts appeared in the skies, and in the distance, they could see zombies in black robes. One might say there weren't many of these black-robed zombies, but there were still hundreds of them. Every one of them was cloaked in a black fog that shone with lethal-looking runes. The fog shot towards the cultivators, roaring. Each blow landed with an explosion. Its power was so great that it was as if they were receiving a blow from a nascent soul realm cultivator. They weren't the most dangerous thing the cultivators faced. The greatest danger was being trapped in a fight without an escape. As the pollen continued to spread further, it might awaken more dangerous corpses or draw more corpses to them. Feng Churan began to panic. She pulled out a ruler and waved it in the air as her voice rang out. 1,000 feet. As soon as she said that, the land within 1,000 feet from her began to shake. An invisible power seemed to have gathered itself out of nowhere and crushed all corpses within the 1,000-foot radius. They instantly turned to dust. The attack was incredibly powerful but of little help. There were simply too many corpses. The 1,000 feet of space cleared was flooded instantly with new corpses. Black fog began crowding in menacingly. Kai Lin and the others attacked as well, and their attacks gave Feng Churan time to prepare her next round of attack. After a few moments, an icy glint flickered in Feng Churan's eyes as she roared. 10,000 feet. Zhao Yameng's eyes flashed as soon as Feng Churan unleashed her attack. With a series of hand seals, she unleashed 99 array runes, creating an array formation that spanned 10,000 feet in all directions. The attack from Feng Churan's ruler exploded the exact moment the array formation appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The land shook, and the heavens seemed drained of all color as everything within 10,000 feet turned to dust. The power within the ruler seemed to have been augmented by some other source of power. It surged outwards, sending aftershocks of the attack another 20,000 feet into the distance. The aftershocks might not have been as powerful as the original attack, growing weaker the further it went, but they were sufficient in wiping out the corpses. The battlefield was instantly cleared of all enemies. However, they didn't have to go far before another army of corpses appeared on the horizon. Because of the earlier battle, everyone had come to realize the power of Zhao Yameng's array formations. Wang Baoli had been surprised as well. He had known all along how incredible Zhao Yameng's array formations were, but he had no idea that they could augment the power of a Soul Conduit realm cultivator. Amidst her panic, Feng Churan realized the power of Zhao Yameng's array formations. Her eyes flashed. She appeared next to Zhao Yameng in the next moment, having the intention of keeping her by her side. Wang Baoli appeared next to Zhao Yameng at the same time. He stood next to her and stared at Feng Churan. Baoli, I will ensure Zhao Yameng's safety. I swear it on my life. She spoke bluntly without mincing her words. Wang Baoli stared at Zhao Yameng silently. He wasn't in the position to make a decision for her. Zhao Yameng only considered it for a few moments before smiling gently at Wang Baoli. Then, she nodded and followed Feng Churan. They rose to the skies with the intention of replicating the earlier attack in the air. A sudden, indescribable worry unfurled inside Wang Baoli as he watched the two rise to the skies. He was about to say something when, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The land before them caved in, and a 100-foot-long, partially rotting python emerged from the ground and charged out, flinging mud and shattered rock into the sky as it collided with the group of cultivators. Wang Baoli had no time to consider the worry he had felt earlier amidst the deafening sounds of battle. He sped away with the rest to avoid the attack. Behind them, the ground collapsed once again as another giant python flew out. Patches of land around them began to cave in, one after another. A third, fourth, and fifth python emerged. More than 40 giant pythons charged out, roaring, at the group of cultivators. Black fire spewed out from their gaping maws. Chapter 639, Separation. Chapter 639, Separation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A few core formation realm cultivators hadn't managed to dodge the giant pythons charging and were instantly swallowed alive. Muffled screams of pain were drowned amidst the corpses' furious howling. The group of cultivators had no choice but to scatter under the attacks of the giant pythons. Wang Baoli did just that as he retreated hastily. A giant python came charging at him from his right, roaring. It seemed like he was going to be swallowed alive. But Wang Baoli's strength was akin to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. The flame snatcher arch armor appeared on him instantly, and his eyes flashed with an icy cold glint as he surged forward instead of retreating, charging straight into the giant python. The deafening sound of a collision rang out in the air as Wang Baoli's divine armament arm pierced through the giant python's body upon their collision. He slid around the giant python, then leaped into the air. The giant python's head fell to the ground with a deafening thud. The python's body continued to wriggle despite the loss of its head, thrashing at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli formed a series of hand seals. His tricolored flying sword came dashing through the air, slicing the python into multiple chunks. Then, the sword came flying back, buzzing as it circled Wang Baoli and slashed apart the corpses that came charging at him. Wang Baoli paid no attention to the corpses around him. Instead, he looked around him with a dark expression on his face. The giant pythons had separated the battlefield into multiple, smaller battlefields. Battle cries continued to rise into the air. Many of the pythons had already been slain by other nascent soul realm cultivators. However, there were still some wreaking havoc on the field, and more than a dozen cultivators had since perished. A fish-scale armor had appeared on Kong Dao. It seemed to have augmented his speed and gifted him semi-transparency. Kong Dao dashed about on the battlefield, fighting alongside a nascent Soul Realm cultivator and slaying another giant python. We can't keep this up forever. No one's going to make their way out of this alive if we don't do something. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened slightly. He approached a few core formation realm cultivators and, with a wave of his hand, put down a giant python. Then, he lifted his head abruptly to the sky and stared. In the skies above, Feng Churan and Zhao Yameng were currently surrounded by countless winged beasts. The pair shone with a dazzling light that continued to grow even more blinding. Feng Churan suddenly raised the ruler in her hand into the air. Her eyes shone with an intense light as she yelled, 100,000 feet. Feng Churan's right hand forcibly slammed the ruler downwards, towards the ground. Zhao Yameng formed a series of hand seals at the same time, unleashing the power of 999 array runes that she had accumulated earlier. The heavens rumbled, and the earth quaked. Winds howled, and the clouds rolled back. Within 100,000 feet of Feng Churan, all corpses and beasts, including pythons and black-robed zombies alike, shook violently. It was as if a sudden incredible force had descended from the heavens and crushed everything in sight. Within the 100,000 feet of land, explosions rumbled, and everything turned to dust. Everything living was wiped out. Zhao Yameng's array formation intensified the attack and pushed the shock waves further outwards, reaching nearly 300,000 feet. It was as if a gigantic hand had reached out from the cracks in the earth and wiped out everything. The monsters in the sky were Feng Churan's and Zhao Yameng's primary targets. The area of attack spread much further in the air. Quick, go! The lands rumbled, and everything turned to dust. Feng Churan grabbed Zhao Yameng and raced off into the distance as she shouted frantically. The rest needed no reminder from Feng Churan. They had witnessed their attack earlier, and everyone had been on high alert and ready to run. With the sudden opening presented, as well as the appearance of the next horde of enemies in the horizon hundreds of thousands of feet away, already charging towards them, they dashed out immediately and sped off. Wang Baoli did the same. He leaped into the air and pulled Kong Dao along with him. The group was about to make use of the cleared battlefield to make an escape when suddenly, another rumbling roar rang out from the caved-in ground, where the dozens of giant pythons had emerged. The ground sank further in before it erupted. A huge crevice appeared in the earth, and a fierce howl, striking terror in everyone's hearts, rang out from its depths. The howling was accompanied by the sound of chains clanking. An enormous blank hound, partially decomposed, charged out from the crevice rapidly. It appeared in mid-air in the next instant and snapped its jaws shut, catching and gobbling up a nascent soul realm and 3 other core formation realm cultivators instantly. Horror and alarm flashed across everyone's faces. Their nightmare had just begun. Similar crevices started to appear in the ground. Black hounds dashed out, howling furiously and leaping into the air. Fortunately, they were all chained to the ground and couldn't run too far. Regardless, they numbered in the dozens and posed a significant threat, especially due to their unique physique. Spells were useless against them. It was like throwing a pebble into the vast ocean, they weren't affected at all. Only physical attacks inflicted on the flesh affected them. Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, spread out. Core Formation Realm cultivators, gather around me. We'll make a run for it and assemble at the end of the wooden log. Feng Churan's face was pale as she barked out her order hastily. She wanted to attack, but she could sense a horrifying power rumbling deep underground. It was moving rapidly and headed their way. They had but 30 seconds before it emerged above ground. With danger so close at hand, she had no time to map out a detailed plan. She raised her right hand, and with a wave, she gathered a few core formation realm cultivators around her. Afterwards, she led Zhao Yameng and the others into the distance. Kai Lin and the other nascent soul realm cultivators, whose faces were pale, had all spread out. Wang Baoli had done the same. He had intended to follow Feng Churan, but just as he made a move, the ground below him began to rumble. A black hound roared and charged at him, blocking his path and intending to swallow him whole. A vicious glint flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. The Flame Snatcher arch armor was activated immediately, and incredible power gathered in his divine armament arm. He unleashed a sudden punch towards the black hound. The blow whipped up a tornado and landed squarely on the hound's head, causing a loud boom to erupt in the air. The hound whined in pain and stumbled back, while Wang Baoli shook from the backlash of the blow. His armor creaked, and he was sent flying backwards from the force of his punch, like a puppet cut from its strings. As he was flung backwards, the skies were once again crowded with newly amassed corpses. The fearsome creatures were slaughtered before they could draw near by flying swords that had appeared around Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he steadied himself. He looked around and saw only torn and maimed limbs of several Dao Palace cultivators. Kai Lin and the others had long scattered to the winds. The corpses had all separated and gone after the cultivators. We shouldn't have come to this damned place. Wang Baoli ground his teeth. He retreated without hesitation, chose a random direction, and started running. Just as he was about to dash off, the ground 100,000 feet away from him began to rumble. An enormous, partially decomposed, Kuan-Peng heaved from the ground, as if breaking the surface of the ocean, and leaped into the air. The beast emanated a black chi. Waves of energy surged from its decomposing form, striking fear in Wang Baoli's heart. His cultivation began to grow unstable. It was a sensation that he had experienced before when he had crossed paths with a Starfang beast. He knew that the monster before him was at least, at the planet realm. The planet realm. Wang Baoli's scalp went numb. He saw the chains on the Kuan-Peng, which were like those that were on the black hounds. There were more chains though. There was no time for further thought. He fled hastily without turning his head back. He unleashed everything he had on him. His Dharmic armament bell enveloped his Thirach armor while his tricolored flying sword flew protective circles around him. After boosting his defenses, he let loose a sudden burst of speed, transforming into a shooting star that dashed across the heavens, smashing through winged beasts that dared stand in his path. Death and dust were left in his wake as he smashed his way through mindlessly. Wang Baoli's senses had heightened to the extremes. He swerved in another direction as soon as he sensed something amiss. He managed to survive several dangerous encounters that way. The pollen's effect might have been wearing off after all this time, as the corpses had started to stiffen. Soon, most of them slowed down to a complete standstill. Wang Baoli finally made his way out of the crimson mist and the land of the living dead. He was panting, his clothes drenched in sweat. He quickly pulled out a few pills and swallowed them whole. Then, he turned back and stared at the battlefield behind him, residual terror still lingering in his eyes. The Kuan-Peng was chained, so it can't come after me now that I'm so far away. Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao are with Feng Churan. They should be safe. Wang Baoli's heart was still racing. However, he knew that there was no use in panicking. He took a few gulps of air, shoved down the unease inside him, and looked around him with a grave expression on his face. His gaze settled on a direction. The land looked sparse and empty of threats, so he began running in that direction. What's most important now is locating the direction of the other end of the wooden log, where the sacrificial altar is located. Chapter 640, A Summoning. Chapter 640, A Summoning. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The skies were dark. Even though the huge beast's corpse in the sky continued to shine like the sun, it seemed to struggle to light up the entire land. Wang Baoli saw the lands before him dimly lit while others in the distance were in complete darkness. However, a cultivator could see clearly as long as he allowed spirit energy to flow to his eyes. The demonic green poria flowers scattered across the lands helped too. Their red flowers gave off a faint light that cast a dim glow on the lands around it. The sight before him would look drastically different without the endless piles of corpses. Their presence filled the world with an aura of endless death. Wang Baoli might be a dark child, but he hadn't grown so accustomed to such scenes of death. The dark sect might rule over death, but its responsibility was the ferrying of souls. The corpses in this world that had died eons ago were no different from blood and flesh puppets. The power that controlled these puppets was something that Wang Baoli hadn't seen before. He was confused and lost, and at the same time, in awe of what he had seen in this world. The never-ending clan might be terrorizing the galaxies, but one cannot deny that they are a powerful entity. That is what gives them the power to run wild and not have to answer to anyone else. Wang Baoli muttered to himself. He didn't slow down as he raced forward in the air, holding the pistils of the demonic green poria flower close to his chest. Its strange power ensured that he didn't fall prey to further illusions during his journey. The demonic flowers seemed less prone to sudden blossoming without any sudden agitation as well. This meant that Wang Baoli's journey after fleeing the Crimson Mist had remained relatively smooth and danger-free. However, what he saw continued to shock him to an ever greater degree. The corpses on this land spanned countless species, and most of them seemed to belong to creatures that Wang Baoli had never seen or heard of. He saw creatures with animal bodies and human heads, corpses formed from rocks, enormous bodies covered with horns, as well as many other bizarre-looking corpses. There were those with 2 heads as well as those whose bodies resembled 5 fingers and had no eyes. There were also corpses the shape of enormous cubes that seemed like they had been pieced together. It didn't seem possible that these entities could have been alive and living in any way in the past. But as far as Wang Baoli could tell, they were corpses. The sight shook Wang Baoli to the core. Then, he discovered familiar-looking corpses, such as the natives from the Black Wind planet, tiny black men with their large feet. The aura that continued to emanate from those corpses even after their deaths remained terrifying. Wang Baoli instinctively knew that he shouldn't stray too near. He might trigger an accidental backlash if he came into contact with them. Wang Baoli passed the corpses of the Black Wind planet natives. 30 minutes passed before he paused in mid-air and lowered his gaze. There was a strange look on his face. He stared at the ground, at the corpse resting atop a pile of other corpses. Save its slightly elongated ears and extremely slim build, the corpse looked almost like a human. Its death didn't diminish its extraordinary beauty. Wang Baoli had only come across such a species in the game Descend. That game, Wang Baoli muttered. He might have stared too long at the corpse, as the finger of the slender figure on the mountain of corpses began to twitch. Wang Baoli immediately turned wary. He didn't hesitate and immediately picked up speed and dashed off. As he faded into the distance, the finger finally stilled. The lands remained quiet and peaceful. I can't linger too long anywhere. Everything here seems really strange. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He looked around him as he advanced forward, trying to determine which way to go. He knew that the quickest and simplest way to find the sacrificial altar was to locate the enormous beast that they had seen earlier. He would then be able to follow the beast and find the sacrificial altar. Time passed steadily. Days went by. Wang Baoli continued his flight across this world filled with corpses, searching without rest. However, he saw only more corpses. The enormous beast was nowhere to be found. Then, one day, while Wang Baoli sped through the skies, feeling slightly anxious, his pupils suddenly contracted. A strange feeling surged inside him, and his dark fire began to stir uncontrollably. It surged outwards and appeared outside his body, transforming into black, icy flames. Something flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. He could sense a force tugging at him and the dark fire inside his body. It was resonating with his dark fire. It felt familiar. It was the aura of the Dark Sect. Could there be Dark Sect members hiding here? Wang Baoli's breathing quickened slightly. He extended his senses and began surveying the area carefully. He tilted his head to the right. The familiar aura, belonging to the Dark Sect, was coming from that direction. Wang Baoli fell into deep thought. Then, he whipped out Little Missy's mask. Even though Little Missy hadn't responded to his calls the entire time he had been here, the mask still served as an important item that allowed Wang Baoli to discern reality from illusion. The mask showed no inklings of turning invisible at the moment. Wang Baoli inspected the pistils, then looked around him. His mind finally set at ease that this wasn't yet another illusion. He pondered for some time before switching directions and dashing off in the direction the Dark Sect aura was coming from. He maintained a regular speed while remaining wary of his surroundings. 30 minutes passed. The nagging sense of familiarity intensified, and the dark fire inside Wang Baoli began to stir with a seeming hunger, which erupted from his body without stop. From afar, Wang Baoli's body could no longer be seen. Instead, one could only see a fiery ball of black fire. It was then that Wang Baoli finally reached the place where the Dark Sect aura had originated from. It was a city resting at the bottom of a mountain. This was the first city that Wang Baoli had come across in this world. It wasn't a large city, its size only that of ethereal city. However, it was still an impressive sight in the land filled with corpses. After all, he had seen nothing but corpses and demonic flowers along the way. There had been no other architecture. The city's mere presence spoke of something extremely important. Wang Baoli's breathing grew uneven at the thought of it. He was confident that the presence of the city meant that there had been life forms present here. That was why it didn't matter that the city was nothing but ruins now, with most of its buildings damaged and partially collapsed. Wang Baoli's spirit still soared at the sight of it. His eyes began to widen as he approached the city. He flew forward and hovered above the city ruins. Gazing downwards, his head began to buzz loudly. There was a silent implosion inside his head. This place. Wang Baoli was shaken. Waves of emotions roared inside him as the dark fires outside his body wavered violently. From where he stood, he saw not only the city ruins, but something else as well. The city hadn't been built on land, it had been built on a huge skull. One could imagine how large the skull must be. The skull wasn't resting on a mountain but connected to an arm. Perhaps it might be more accurate to call it one half of a humerus. It was as if a giant had sat there in meditation sometime in the past and had received a slash diagonally downwards from one shoulder, cleaving the giant's body into two halves. One half of its body had clearly turned to dust, which was why what had remained was the other collapsed half. Wang Baoli's breathing froze as he gazed at the sight before him silently. He could sense the dark sect aura emanating from the bones. Wisps of a similar aura rose from the city resting above the bones as well. The sight sent Wang Baoli into a long bout of silence. He descended slowly and landed on the top of the skull. He stood inside the city, looking at everything around him. The realization had come upon him a moment ago. It wasn't as he had expected. He had thought someone had built a city here. Instead, the city had been a part of this giant. Perhaps the city had rested atop its head when the giant had still been alive. The city's architectural style reminded Wang Baoli of his dark dream. He could tell clearly that it hailed from a period similar to what he had experienced in the dark dream. Survivors after the fall of the dark sect, maybe, Wang Baoli muttered to himself, a myriad of emotions flashing across his eyes. Chapter 641, Divine Consciousness. Chapter 641, Divine Consciousness. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli set aside the inner turmoil he felt as he surveyed his surroundings. He lifted his right hand. With a sudden wave, a dozen puppets appeared and spread out. As they searched the city ruins, Wang Baoli began to wander around the city as well. He stared at the buildings and made his way towards the area that gave off the strongest dark sect aura. He could tell that the city had housed quite a number of residents. A careful inspection of the clues left around him indicated that the city's residents had been prepared for the calamity that had befallen them. However, it was clear that they had still been powerless in the face of such a catastrophe. Everyone had perished. Even the giant had been cleaved into two. A sense of loss unfurled inside Wang Baoli. He shook his head and approached the center of the city ruins. Wang Baoli took but a few steps before he suddenly froze in his tracks. There was a solemn look in his eyes. One of the dozen puppets he had let out earlier had just severed its connection with him without any prior warning. Wang Baoli immediately went on high alert. He headed swiftly towards the last known location of that puppet. As he neared it, he caught sight of the puppet lying motionlessly in a corner. Wang Baoli didn't approach the puppet immediately. He narrowed his eyes, then raised his right hand and waved. A flying sword dashed through the air towards the puppet. As it drew near, the puppet suddenly jerked and flipped itself over. A red light shot out under it, evading the flying sword as it shrieked and headed straight for Wang Baoli's face. It seemed to sense the dark fire outside Wang Baoli's body as soon as it approached. The red light shrunk back hastily as if it was trying to escape. It was fast, but Wang Baoli had his flame snatch the arch armor on. He lifted his right hand and, with a grab, caught the red light. The red light turned out to be some kind of worm. It wasn't a corpse but an actual living creature. It wriggled in Wang Baoli's hand continuously. There was a huge opening on its head, from which fluids continued to escape. Black teeth lined the opening. It roared and bared its teeth at Wang Baoli as it struggled violently to break free from Wang Baoli's grip. But its trembling body gave away its fear. The creature had shrunk away from Wang Baoli earlier, a clear indication of its fear of fire. Wang Baoli fell into a deep contemplation. His eyes landed on the puppet's back, and he noticed a nick. The puppet must have been attacked by the worm while searching the area. The worm had pierced straight through its body and broken its core. It doesn't seem very strong, Wang Baoli thought, then pinched tightly with his armored hand. The worm shrieked, but its body wasn't crushed instantly. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted, and a thought flickered in his head. His dark fire drew near the worm, which caused the creature to begin to scream more loudly. It started to burn as soon as the dark fire enveloped it, turning to dust within Wang Baoli's armored palm. The cries that the worm had made before its final breath echoed in the silence. The earth trembled slightly when it turned to dust. Even the buildings around Wang Baoli shook. Within a blink of an eye, from every nook and cranny of every building, from the ground, and from the long meandering mountain-like skeletal arm in the distance, masses of red worms started to appear. Some of them were as tiny as the one that he had caught, while others were hundreds of feet long. The most terrifying one came from the distant mountain. It was 1,000 feet long and roared as it dug its way out. It stared straight at Wang Baoli. One could hardly see the city ruins and the corpses. Instead, they had been replaced with countless worms. They were like hair sprouting out from the giant's body, wriggling without stop and covering everything on land. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he stared at the countless red worms surrounding him. He felt the connection he had with the puppets he had released earlier snap, one by one. These red worms look like body hair? Wang Baoli shook his head. He knew nothing about these creatures, but he wasn't bothered. He had seen evidence of his dark fire's power over these worms. He took a deep breath, then allowed the dark fire inside his body to spread outwards. The black fires rumbled as they surged outwards, growing wilder and fiercer, and they exuded an iciness that turned the ground to frost. The dark fire proved effective against the worms. All around him, the worms began to shriek and retreat. Even the largest worm on the giant's arm in the distance shivered and recoiled. Having once again ascertained the effectiveness of the dark fire, Wang Baoli began to march forward. None of the worms dared draw near them. They shrank back, clearing a path for Wang Baoli, allowing him to reach the center of the city smoothly. There was a huge public square that was sunken in. It might not be appropriate to refer to the area as a public square. Instead, it resembled a sacrificial altar. A dozen or so partially damaged statues stood around it. Based on his estimates, the center of this sacrificial altar appeared to be the center of the top of the giant's skull. This was also where the dark sect aura was the strongest. Wang Baoli eyed the damaged statues around him. Their features were mostly indistinguishable due to the severe damage to the statues. However, Wang Baoli had a feeling that these statues had been of the once powerful figures of the past dark sect. They had been the pillars of the entire dark sect, the spiritual leaders who had the awe and respect of every dark sect disciple, regardless of their faction. Every one of them represented an era of glory. Wang Baoli's eyes landed on one statue. He suddenly shivered before he made his way towards it slowly. He stared at it for a very long time. The statue was missing its head. However, the clothes it had on and the familiar feeling it gave off made Wang Baoli's breathing quicken. He knew who this was. Master, Wang Baoli murmured to himself after a long bout of silence. An indescribable sorrow rose within his heart. He bowed deeply towards the statue and only lifted his head after a very long time. He stored the statue inside his storage bracelet. Then, he looked towards the center of the sunken area. After some thought, Wang Baoli tried making his way towards the center, stepping onto the center of the giant's skull. He could feel the dark sect aura and his dark fire flaring to life as he stood there. Something's not right. After taking a few steps, Wang Baoli stopped, stared at his feet, then retraced his steps back to where he had originally stood. There's no doubt that the dark fire becomes most active when I stand here. After some thought, his eyes flashed. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals. The dark fire inside him flared up again with greater agitation. He sat down, shut his eyes, and allowed his mind to become one with the dark fire. He tried to meld his mind with the skull. Just as his mind became one with the dark fire and slipped into the skull beneath his feet, his body suddenly shook violently. He could hear an ancient voice in his mind, stirring ripples across his soul. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 1,000 lives, 5 punishments. The voice seemed to have traveled across thousands of years. It sounded as if it had come from the world of the dead, its echoes now lingering in the world of the living and ringing loudly in Wang Baoli's head. Wang Baoli thought he saw 6 faintly glowing spheres of light. This is... His body shook suddenly. Wang Baoli opened his eyes, then lowered his head violently as he heaved. He stared at the skull beneath him as the aged voice continued to ring in his head. The spheres of light remained glowing dimly in his mind, and his eyes began to shine with an intense light. The 6 spheres of light look very similar to the divine consciousness that I came across in the past, the divine consciousness that is essential for the crafting of a dharmic armament. Wang Baoli whispered. As a dark child, and with his proficiency in dharmic armaments, he was quite confident that beneath this skull hid 6 remnant wisps of a soul that were weak and on the verge of disappearing completely. In fact, they resembled the remnant consciousness of a certain being. Their essence was similar to the divine consciousness that was required for refining a dharmic armament. Wang Baoli's eyes sparkled at the discovery. He melded his mind with the dark fire repeatedly. The repeated attempts strengthened his belief that there were indeed 6 weakening divine consciousness remnants resting beneath the skull. If they were left there untouched, they would likely vanish within a few decades, never to be recovered. There were many ways to ensure they continued to live forever. However, there was only one that Wang Baoli was capable of achieving, and that was to fuse the 6 divine consciousnesses remnants into a dharmic armament and transform them into artifact souls. That was the only way to preserve the 6 divine consciousnesses. Chapter 642, 6 Divine Powers. Chapter 642, 6 Divine Powers. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Anyone other than Wang Baoli might not have been able to accomplish that, but Wang Baoli had been steeped in the discipline of the dharmic armament since he had first come into contact with cultivation. He had started his roots in dharmic armaments, progressed to the dharmic armament pavilion, then continued his research and learning when he had been on Mars. His skill and knowledge in the area had become exemplary. He was now capable of refining a true 8th grade dharmic armament. He was confident of fusing the 6 divine consciousnesses into a dharmic armament. The only concern is how weak these divine consciousnesses are. The slightest mistake, or any slight resistance that occurs during the fusion with the dharmic armament might result in a backlash that further damages them. They could disintegrate entirely, Wang Baoli thought. He lowered his head and rummaged through his storage bracelet. He managed to find plenty of materials as well as incomplete artifacts. They were all eliminated as viable options. If the divine consciousnesses were vibrant, he wouldn't have to worry so much about damaging them during the refinement process. Any of the incomplete artifacts could have been used for refinement. However, there was always an element of resistance during the refinement of a dharmic armament. Resistance occurred when there was instability during the fusion of a dharmic armament's preliminary form and the divine consciousness. Typically, both would suffer a degree of damage before a certain balance was achieved, thus forming the final dharmic armament. Dharmic armament cultivators weren't often concerned with such issues. Divine consciousnesses that could be used as artifact souls and fused with a dharmic armament were often specially selected. That guaranteed their successful fusion even after a degree of damage during the refinement process. At present, though, Wang Baoli was forced to consider this problem. He abandoned the idea of using his incomplete artifacts. There was a flicker of light in his eyes as he stared at the exposed part of the skull. Wang Baoli ran through the idea in his head. It took some time. Then, he rose to his feet and bowed at the skull he was standing on. Esteemed Senior, I, Wang Baoli, student of Ming Kunzi, happen to pass by and sense the remnants of your spirit here. In order to preserve these remnants of your spirit, I will have to turn them into artifact spirits. In order to do that, I will have to make use of your bones to refine the artifact that will house the artifact spirit. I seek your understanding for my actions. The expression on Wang Baoli's face was serious. He took a deep breath, then began searching the city as well as the mountain, the area where the bones rested. Not all bones were suitable for the refinement of dharmic armaments. Wang Baoli was looking for a piece that possessed a certain degree of vitality and life. It also had to have a certain extent of malleability. There were still quite a few bones that met those requirements. However, the most important criterion was that the bone had to have melded with the spirit in the past. In simple terms, it meant that prior to the giant's death, perhaps during certain emotionally charged moments, the bone had to have unknowingly absorbed the emotions and spirit energy during said moments. Such a requirement ensured the extreme rarity of such bones. Even though the skeleton was enormous, Wang Baoli only managed to find a dozen bones that fit the bill. He had some difficulty digging them out as well. He considered the possibility of fusing his own Darach armor, but realized that was out of the question. That, in fact, further proved how incredible Li Wuchen's previous self had been. Left with no other choice, Wang Baoli activated his armor's right hand, gathered the power of the divine armament, and attempted to excavate the bone without expending his own energy. The divine armament was sharp, but the bone was extremely hard. Wang Baoli used up quite a bit of his strength, unleashing the full force of his cultivation multiple times, and only then did he manage to slowly dig up the 11 pieces of bone. Each piece was the length of one's palm. Pieced together, they looked rather large. However, they were small compared to the whole skeleton. In his past life, Li Wuchen must have practiced some incredible spell or come across some rare opportunity. Else, there is no way his body could have turned into a divine armament. This senior from the dark sect must be some amazingly powerful figure as well. But even though his bone is hard, it still can't beat a divine armament. Wang Baoli lowered his head and stared at the right arm of his flame-snatched Darach armor thoughtfully. He set his thoughts aside and sat back down. He got his puppets out again to guard him, then released his dark fires in the open as well before he finally settled his mind. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals, and he began refining the 11 pieces of bone. He intended to use the giant's bones to form the kernel for the dharmic treasure. This would ensure a smooth, flawless fusion with the divine consciousness. It would be a challenge, but Wang Baoli was sufficiently skilled in dharmic armaments, especially on the calculations required and the inscriptions to be included during the refinement. That was why he was fairly confident in his success. Time passed steadily as Wang Baoli began refinement. His experience in both the area of inscription and refining the core was rich. This meant that speed wasn't compromised even though he took great care during the process. With the added strength of his cultivation, the 11 bones began to shrink steadily in size. Of course, minor failures were still unavoidable during the refinement process. Each mistake would result in a bone breaking and turning to dust. It was also a lesson to Wang Baoli. Days passed. When Wang Baoli finally stopped, exhaustion was bright in his eyes, and he was left with 7 beads refined from 7 bones. The beads glimmered with an ash-grey light and shimmered with a mysterious energy hidden within. Contained within each bead were a terrifying number of inscriptions. Even without an artifact soul, each bead was the equal of a 7th-grade dharmic armament. Due to the materials involved in its making, it was difficult to rate its performance against an enemy during battle. It had its advantages and disadvantages in a fight. Regardless, without fusion with a divine consciousness, the experience that Wang Baoli had earned from this refinement told him that bone-based materials weren't the most suitable types of materials for refining a dharmic armament. He had completed the crafting of the beads and had the artifacts ready for fusion. Wang Baoli didn't begin the fusion immediately though. Instead, he shut his eyes and meditated for 2 hours. Only when he had recovered his strength, and the feeling of exhaustion had left him, did he open his eyes again. They shone brightly with determination. He formed a series of hand seals, then pressed his hands on the skull. His dark fire and his consciousness flowed into the skull. He tried to draw the 6 divine consciousnesses out from the skull slowly. They appeared as colorful lights, spread out in the skull like glowing spheres of vibrant colors. The blood-colored worms that had been watching him carefully began to tremble. They lowered their bodies to the ground in what resembled a kowtow. A voice that seemed to have traveled through a vast expanse of time and space from the world of the dead echoed once more in Wang Baoli's head. It was an old voice, stirring endless ripples in his mind. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 1,000 lives, 5 punishments. As the voice rippled outwards, the 6 faintly glowing spheres finally drifted out from the skull and floated before Wang Baoli. Save the 7th bead, each glowing sphere entered a bead and lit the bead with a blinding light. Waves of energy exploded from each bead, which began to shake violently and whose shape began to transform. 4 beads slowly turned into star-shaped beads with 5 uneven points. They gradually settled into their forms, exuding terrifying power. The other 2 beads continued their transformation. They continued to shake violently. Their artifact souls appeared to be too powerful, they couldn't be contained within these beads. Even though the beads shared the same source, it seemed that it was still not enough for them to contain the latter. The beads looked as if they might explode at any moment. The waves of energy emanating from the last 2 artifact souls were clearly much stronger than those given off by the previous 4 artifact souls. Wang Baoli teetered at the edge of frustration. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had experienced similar challenges in the past with his scabbard. After calming himself down, he immediately unleashed the divine armament arm of his flame-snatcher arch armor. The power of the arm weighed down forcefully on the 2 beads, enveloping them and boxing them in. This lasted for a long stretch of time before sounds of cracking rang out in the air. The cracks on the beads increased. There were more than a dozen of them on each bead. It looked as if the beads might shatter at any moment. Without hesitation, Wang Baoli took the 7th bead and fused it together with the 2 beads. The fusion of the 7th bead stabilized the 2 beads. It took great pains and perseverance on Wang Baoli's part, before the 2 beads, seemingly on the verge of shattering, finally accepted the fusion of the divine consciousness. They ended up with vastly different forms. One was shaped like a flat circle and the other a crescent moon. Upon the full acceptance of the divine consciousness and the resonance achieved amongst the 6 beads, the beads floated into the air and began rotating as they were drawn to one another. A black thread materialized, like a thin rope, threading the beads together and stringing the beads together like a bracelet. The circular one looks like the sun, and the crescent one looks like the moon. The rest are like stars. I'll call this dharmic armament the Baoli bracelet. Wang Baoli muttered to himself. That sounded like a great name. He raised his right hand in the air, and the bracelet dashed over immediately and strung itself around his wrist. Waves of energy erupted from the bracelet. A dharmic armament's power was unleashed in that instant, and it resonated loudly in Wang Baoli's mind. The faint voice that had traveled across time and space, crossing the border between life and death, rang out clearly in his head. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 8,000 lives, 5 punishments. Chapter 643, Another Dark Art. Chapter 643, Another Dark Art. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The short string of words wasn't some silly poem, they represented 6 divine powers. Divine powers weren't like ordinary spells, they made use of nomological laws and the powers that governed the universe. That was why only powerful cultivators could harness the power of divine powers. In addition, that was also why every divine power passed down the generations was so powerful. It should have been impossible for Wang Baoli to grasp or master the 6 divine powers through the remnant divine consciousness. This was similar to what he had experienced in the dark dream. He had read up on many spells and several divine powers. However, his level of cultivation then had prevented him from mastering them. That had been his greatest limitation. Such limitations still existed. However, Wang Baoli had found a way around them through dharmic armaments. By fusing the 6 divine consciousness remnants successfully into artifact souls, he had managed to seal 6 divine powers into the respective 6 beads. These beads served as a medium through which he could overcome the limitations of his cultivation. With the beads as a medium and the artifact souls as a catalyst, he could now expend less of his cultivation to unleash the power of these divine powers. Of course, the reduction in cultivation expended was relative. To an extremely powerful cultivator, it was insignificant. To Wang Baoli, it was still a sizable degree of cultivation. Nevertheless, it was still within the realm of reason. Emotions flashed across his face as he lowered his head and studied the bracelet around his wrist. He could feel the power nestled within them as well as the 6 artifact souls resting inside his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Each bead contains a divine power. Wang Baoli had not expected that. No matter how one looked at it, this was a perfect refinement. Wang Baoli knew very well the significance behind the bracelet. His knowledge of dharmic armaments, as well as his personal hand in refining the item, had led him to that awareness. The bracelet's significance wasn't in allowing him to unleash the 6 divine powers. If that had been its sole benefit, it would be useless after the first few usages. The beads would slowly crack and turn to dust after repeated use, the divine powers lost to the winds. The value of this bracelet lies in the opportunity it's given me to understand the divine powers it contains. I can do that repeatedly until I master the divine powers and make them truly mine. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and then looked around. The red worms were all hovering around, swaying. However, ever since he had put on the bracelet, their hostility had lessened significantly. They seemed to submit to a certain aura present on his person. Wang Baoli realized that this place might be one of the rare safe harbors in this world filled with corpses. He let loose a sigh of relief secretly. He didn't hasten to leave. Instead, he looked at the bracelet again, then shut his eyes. His mind drifted away. Led by the dark fire, it entered the first star-shaped bead. His vision blurred instantly. When it cleared, he saw the skies transformed into a starlit night. Hanging in the heavens was a gigantic planet. A battle had just erupted on the planet, and he seemed to be able to see everything happening on the planet. The planet belonged to the Dark Sect. Countless never-ending clan members were engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Dark Sect. Beyond the planet, in the pitch-black night sky, an enormous hand slowly materialized. It was covered with inscriptions. Each of its 5 fingers seemed to be a prison for a fearsome demon, with an appearance that was gruesome beyond measure. The enormous hand stretched across the heavens and made a grab for the planet. The planet rumbled and shook violently. The never-ending clan members on the planet froze instantly, their physical forms immobilized as their souls were yanked out from their bodies. The spirits gathered and formed a dark river that rushed towards the heavens, into space, and towards the gigantic hand. That was soul guiding. Wang Baoli was shaken to the core. His jolted awake, and his breath quickened as he stared at the star-shaped bead that contained soul guiding. He couldn't stop the racing of his heart. This soul guiding technique was another version of the soul guidance glove. In fact, it seemed to be what the soul guidance glove was capable of when pushed to the extreme. He had read of the various ways of maximizing the impact of the soul guidance glove in various records in the Dark Dream, but soul guiding hadn't been one of them. Wang Baoli suddenly realized that even though each faction in the Dark Sect might originate from the same essence, every single one of them had developed divine powers unique to their own faction. This soul-guiding technique was a divine power that had belonged to another Dark Sect faction. Wang Baoli contemplated that thought silently for a long moment. Then, he allowed his consciousness to meld with the second star-shaped bead. The divine power contained within the bead was called Dream Spinning. He pondered the meaning of its name. When Wang Baoli opened his eyes a while later, thus ending his experiencing the dream spinning technique, he was left with a similar conclusion as the one he had gathered with soul guiding. Dream spinning was another version of the dark dream. It's not as all-encompassing as the dark dream, but it's more detailed and precise, especially when used during battle. It can allow someone to enter a dream immediately. The person won't be able to differentiate dream from reality. At the same time, he would become a puppet, to be controlled by others. Light flickered in Wang Baoli's eyes before his mind entered the final 2 star-shaped beads. They contained the 10,000 tribulations and 1,000 lives techniques. Both were powerful techniques that struck terror into his heart. The former 10,000 tribulations, especially, seemed to serve as a curse that was to be cast prior to battle. The cursed would be viewed as an enemy by all living creatures for a fixed period of time. He might be crushed by falling boulders while taking a stroll or spiral into madness while meditating. That was 10,000 tribulations, to suffer the trials and tribulations that came from everything around one. The latter technique, 1,000 lives, served a purpose as indicated by its name. It was the complete opposite of 10,000 tribulations and the only divine power that could be used on himself. It served as a boost, giving him the potential vitality of 1,000 lives during a fight. Theoretically speaking, it could protect him from 1,000 lethal blows. Results might vary in reality though, depending on the circumstances. Nothing is set in stone. If that were the case, the mighty senior from the dark sect wouldn't have been cleaved into halves. Wang Baoli lowered his head and stared at the skull he was sitting on. He set aside the excitement he had from his discovery of 1,000 lives and calmed down. Then, he began his exploration of the sun-shaped and moon-shaped beads and the divine powers contained within, rebirth, severing and 5 punishments. Wang Baoli soon found himself having to abandon his attempts. The 2 divine powers vastly surpassed the last 4. The challenge he had faced in crafting them attested to that. Wang Baoli wasn't yet ready to try and understand the workings of these 2 techniques. He wasn't able to sense anything from the last 2 beads. After a bout of silence, Wang Baoli finally sighed and ended his second attempt at the last 2 beads. He looked around him. Even though this was a safe spot, he still decided to leave the city ruins. Before he left, Wang Baoli gave a deep bow to the skull and the city ruins that sat above the skeletal remains. Countless red worms continued to sway in the air as he leaped into the sky and raced off. His mission remained unchanged. He continued to search for the sacrificial altar of this world. His luck seemed to have taken a turn for the better. After racing through this world for a few days, Wang Baoli suddenly froze in his tracks. He hovered in the dusklit skies, his head turned abruptly towards the distance. He could sense the tremors in the earth and hear the clanking of chains ringing. There was a heavy panting in the air, loud like the howling of a tornado. It was coming from the horizon, gushing in like fierce waves. Wang Baoli didn't hesitate. The flame snatched their arch armor materialized over him immediately. He retreated a considerable distance, then gazed into the distance again. The tremors grew stronger. The sounds of chains hitting each other became clearer. Tornadoes raged in the sky. Finally, he saw the emergence of a towering, vast figure in the distant horizon. It wasn't the beast he had seen previously. The figure that appeared in Wang Baoli's vision was round, growing clearer as it approached. Wang Baoli's eyes widened when he finally saw clearly what it was. A star-fang beast. It was an extremely enormous star-fang beast that was larger than the beast king Wang Baoli had come across in the past. Death exuded from its body. He had no idea how long it had been dead, but the flames on its body were still burning. The air around it warped as it advanced. Everywhere it went, it brought with it the stench of death as well as a sudden hike in temperature. It was covered in chains, just like the giant ape. The chains ended in a bound, wooden log. It dragged the log forward like a mule. If it slowed down in the slightest, punishment descended in the form of invisible whips. Wang Baoli stopped breathing. He was forced to fall back in the face of such scorching heat. His eyes stayed on the log behind the star-fang beast. It stretched on endlessly into the distance. He knew that there was a great chance that at the other end of the log, he was going to find the sacrificial altar. Chapter 644, A Millstone That Grinds Flesh and Blood. Chapter 644, A Millstone That Grinds Flesh and Blood. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. I've searched in that direction before. The star-fang beast steadily approached, sending the surrounding temperatures spiking upwards. It looked like an enormous burning fireball from afar, ready to turn everything in its path to ash. Wang Baoli was forced to retreat as the gears in his head spun furiously. He knew that he had gone in the direction the beast had come from earlier and had traveled quite far in that direction. However, he hadn't discovered anything then. This meant that either he really hadn't gone far enough, or that the sacrificial altar couldn't be found in the conventional manner, by simply pursuing a single direction. If it were the former, Wang Baoli could make another attempt. If it were the latter though, he wouldn't be able to risk everything he had on it. There was really only one way of him locating the sacrificial altar if it were the latter. Get on the log and walk down the thing. That is the only way, to prevent myself from getting lost. No matter where the sacrificial altar is located, as long as I walk down the log, I'll be able to reach it. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as thoughts sped through his head. The scorching heat the star-fang beast was giving off made it difficult for him to approach though. The possibility of him getting on that log was slight. It's not impossible, though. Wang Baoli watched the rumbling star-fang beast as it made its way past him in the distance. After some thought, he pulled out the Star Fang beast core from his storage bracelet and held one close to his chest. He tried approaching the beast. The heat might be incredible, but its source was similar to that of Wang Baoli's Star Fang beast core. Wang Baoli soon found that the beast core in his arms gave him partial resistance against the heat. Wang Baoli's spirit soared at that discovery, and determination flashed in his eyes. He increased his speed without hesitation and dashed together with the Star Fang beast, the beast core in his arms. Scorching heat waves surged towards him as he approached. The power of the Star Fang beast core enveloped Wang Baoli in a defensive barrier. Wang Baoli ran faster, approaching the Star Fang beast rapidly like a speeding rainbow. His hair showed signs of burning when he reached 1,000 feet of the beast, and his body was drying up. It was as if his body could no longer retain water inside. Water was evaporating from his body rapidly. An alarming sense of danger descended upon Wang Baoli. He realized that the protection offered by one Star Fang beast core was simply not enough. If he continued to draw near, both his body and soul might be destroyed as soon as he stepped within 1,000 feet of the monster. I still have another one. Without any hesitation, Wang Baoli pulled out the second Star Fang beast core and held it close to his chest. He broke through the 1,000-foot radius with the aid of the two beast cores, and instantly appeared before the Star Fang beast that was burning up like the sun. Once again, the threat of death loomed over Wang Baoli. His heart raced with terror. At this juncture, though, he had no choice but to get on the log. The alternative was to wait for another beast to come along, but it was clear that his chances at success were greater with the Star Fang beast, what with two Star Fang beast cores in his possession. Just wing it. Wang Baoli clenched his jaw and then pulled out both Star Fang beast corpses from his storage bracelet. He placed them before him, then leaped towards the approaching Star Fang beast. There was a rumbling in the sky as waves of melting heat rose to the heavens. After pulling out every trick in the book, Wang Baoli finally got on the moving Star Fang beast. His heart pumped with adrenaline as the beast continued to sway violently beneath him. He didn't slow down and continued leaping across the monster's back, ignoring the prickling heat and the burning agony, which so unbearable that he howled and unleashed the full power of his flame-snatch the arch armor. His cultivation started churning, and he summoned his dharmic armaments in an attempt to buy more time for himself. Finally, with one last leap, he landed on the chain binding the beast and the gigantic log behind it. The chain was like a long, huge bridge. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as soon as he landed. Alarm bells rang in his head. The overwhelming danger rose like waves and threatened to pull him under. The threat of death surged in from all directions, boxing him in. Wang Baoli didn't stop to think. He instinctively summoned his dark fire and sent it flowing into his bracelet, into the star-shaped, 1,000 lives bead. This time, he wasn't trying to get a sense of the technique but activating the technique immediately. The star-shaped bead burst into a dazzling light instantly as numerous inscriptions materialized. They appeared ancient, circling Wang Baoli and darting into his body swiftly, vanishing without a trace. Wang Baoli didn't feel much of a change, save the sudden warmth inside his body that seemed to emanate from deep inside his bones, inside his soul. It was as if he was being protected. That's it? Wang Baoli was surprised. He didn't have much time to dwell on it though. He gritted his teeth as the warmth settled inside his body, then sped down the chain. The Star Fang beast's forward charge made the chain sway violently. That didn't slow Wang Baoli down. He soon realized that every time his foot landed on the chain, images would appear around it. The images appeared to be that of swords. They weren't causing him any harm though. They seemed safe as long as he didn't step on them. What was most bizarre was how Wang Baoli's body knew instinctively where to land his feet. Regardless of how fast he ran, he never landed on any one of those images. In one instance, Wang Baoli had seen a sword-like image appear on the chain where his foot had been supposed to land. However, the image had gone away as soon as his foot had stepped on the chain, leaving only a blank emptiness beneath his foot. In another instance, Wang Baoli had found himself surrounded by these images all around him, with no place for his feet. The Star Fang beast had suddenly leapt into the air then, sending such a huge force through the chains that Wang Baoli had been flung forward thousands of feet. He had landed on a spot without any images. Wang Baoli had been shaken to the core then. He realized then that the warmth inside him had been gradually fading away during his trip down the chains. Wang Baoli finally crossed the entire chain just before the last residual trace of warmth left his body. He leaped and landed on the wooden log. It was enormous. Despite the speed that it was moving at, the log appeared to be relatively stable. That was easy? Wang Baoli looked around him, then turned around and stared at the Star Fang beast racing ahead as well as the chains binding the beast and the log. Out of curiosity, he pulled out a puppet and steered it onto the chain. As soon as the puppet stepped onto the chain, a sword-like image appeared beneath its feet. Countless sword chi erupted around it and rose to the heavens. The sudden eruption of spirit energy shook the land and enveloped a full 100 feet around the puppet. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi converged at one point instantly. Wang Baoli's puppet was disintegrated immediately and turned to dust. Wang Baoli shivered at the sight. His heart raced as he stared at the bead containing 1,000 lives. He could still remember the earlier warmth. He was certain that his smooth progress, so smooth it bordered on supernatural, was all due to this divine power. This defies all laws of nature. Wang Baoli gasped. Then, he saw a tiny crack on the bead, which proved what he had guessed earlier. The bracelet could only be used a limited number of times. Its primary purpose was to aid him in grasping the 6 divine powers held within the beads. But those were matters to be dealt with in the future. Wang Baoli rubbed his finger against the crack, then set his thoughts aside as he turned and raced down the log. The trip down the log wasn't completely without obstacle. Whatever obstacles he encountered were easily dealt with though. The log seemed to possess the ability to gather spirits, and hordes of spirits would materialize before Wang Baoli as he traveled down the log. Others might have required some effort to deal with such problems. In fact, without the appropriate artifact, they might not have been able to move an inch. To Wang Baoli, however, this was a piece of cake. He even let loose a sigh of relief at the sight of these spirits. They were the sort of threat that he found the least concerning. He unleashed the dark fire inside him and charged ahead without stopping, racing further and further into the distance. 7 days passed. Wang Baoli kept moving without rest or sleep. Exhaustion began to creep in, but he was about to reach the end of the log. It was then that he heard a thunderous boom in the distance. Wang Baoli shook violently at the sound. He didn't act recklessly. Instead, he sat down and pulled out some pills, then began to practice his cultivation. 2 hours later, having reached peak condition, he opened his eyes. There was an intense light shining in them as he rose to his feet and dashed forward. The thundering booms grew louder as he approached, until Wang Baoli stepped onto the last segment of the log and froze in his tracks. His eyes widened, and a loud buzz exploded in his head. Before his eyes was the sacrificial altar. Sitting at the end of the log, even larger than the log itself, was an incredibly huge millstone. There were 9 handles on the millstone that stretched endlessly into the distance, and one of those handles was the log that Wang Baoli was standing on. Chapter 645, The Sacrificial Altar. Chapter 645, The Sacrificial Altar. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The sight affirmed what Wang Baoli had guessed previously, but seeing it with his own eyes still shook him to the core. He couldn't help but gulp. The millstone was enormous. It was comprised of 2 plates, the lower piece unmoving while the upper piece was connected to 9 handles and continuously rotated and ground against the lower plate. The grinding made a loud rumbling. It seemed as if nothing could escape being crushed if it fell between the 2 plates. Wang Baoli recalled both towering beasts he had seen while on this world. He concluded, without much difficulty, that there must be some sort of power in this world that was compelling 9 towering dead beasts into pulling the millstone's 9 enormous handles. The beasts were forced into running around in circles in order to keep the millstone turning. Each beast was undoubtedly chained. Even the slightest decrease in speed would trigger the runes on the chains, transforming said runes into invisible whips that would whip the beasts into movement. It was an endless cycle of slavery and pain. Such scale was truly shocking. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes instinctively. He knelt on the log as he stared at the millstone in the distance. He could see countless bones piled up into numerous mountains under the millstone, and shriveled up puppets moved swiftly as they dragged and flung skeletons into the millstone. The millstone continued its grinding, and the skeletons thrown in were instantly crushed and ground to fine dust. Blackened blood and minced flesh dripped down the walls of the millstone, but most ended up lost in the millstone, as if devoured. Wang Baoli's distaste towards the never-ending clan grew at the sight, and it took him some time before he was able to calm himself down. Once he had, he inched forward carefully, and the rumbling grew louder as he approached the millstone. It was then that Wang Baoli saw a sunken depression in the middle of the millstone. Within it sat a figure. It appeared insignificant compared to the enormous millstone. That was why Wang Baoli hadn't noticed it until he had drawn nearer and gotten a closer look. It was a figure of a never-ending clan cultivator. He couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. The eyes on all three of the cultivators' heads were shut, his 6 arms limp by his side. He might be meditating, or he might have died in that position. There was an absence of vitality on the person. Dark, post-mortem bruises could be seen all over the cultivator's body. Wang Baoli studied the never-ending clan cultivator before him instead of acting rashly. He was worried about Zhao Yameng and the rest, as well as the danger involved in the current mission. He had no idea how he was going to escape. Regardless, he knew that there was no point in panicking now that he was already here. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to shove his anxieties aside, an icy calm settling in his eyes. He knelt there and continued to observe the millstone as it continued its grinding. He wanted to observe the situation for a while longer so that he might discover any loopholes or faults. Time passed slowly as Wang Baoli continued watching patiently. 7 days went by. In those 7 days, he noticed that it took the log exactly 7 days to go one full circle around the millstone. He even noted the rate at which the millstone ground the skeletons, though the information proved to be of little use. The millstone was like an extremely fine-tuned and powerful machine that continued turning without pause during those 7 days. The puppets shifting the skeletons and the never-ending clan cultivator sitting on the millstone were identical in that regard. It was as if they had become immortalized in time. There's no way I can get closer if nothing changes. I have no way of destroying the sacrificial altar. Wang Baoli frowned. He shoved down his feelings of anxiety and unease and continued to wait. He didn't have to wait as long this time. After 3 days, something changed. It wasn't the millstone or the puppets, but the entire world that changed. Wang Baoli was perched on an elevated position, which gave him a greater field of vision. He could see the distant skies turning crimson-red. It was as if a red mist was rapidly racing towards him. Loud rumbling came from all directions, growing louder by the moment. Wang Baoli could see a black mass in the distance, charging towards him. That's... Wang Baoli's pupils contracted. He was familiar with this sight. The red mist was formed from the pollen expelled from demonic green poria flowers. It wasn't hard to figure out that the black masses on land were countless skeletons headed this way. Is it possible that the sacrificial altar summons a storm of sorts at a fixed interval, attracting skeletons that have risen under the demonic flowers spell and drawing them to it? Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face. He stared at the mountains of bones under the millstone, then turned towards the distant horizon. Panic gradually rose inside him as the sight before him proved his guesses right. The land shook, and the terrifying stench of death came rushing from afar, bursting out from the ground. A huge crocodile, with its rotten flesh, emerged and joined the approaching army of the dead. The crocodile wasn't the only powerful creature in this world of the dead. Death cast an alarming shadow as more such creatures made their presence known. A strange power was churning in this world. Every demonic green poria flower blossomed and released their pollen, forming crimson mists that drove the corpses around them towards the sacrificial altar. Wang Baoli could no longer sit and wait as danger approached. He crouched down and began crawling towards the sacrificial altar. Once the corpses under the influence of the red mist gathered, they were bound to discover his presence. He would be trapped in a sea of zombies again, like what had happened before. His chances of survival would be slim then. His only way out now was to head for the sacrificial altar. It was dangerous, but it was also Wang Baoli's only option. I shouldn't have come here. Wang Baoli had a dark look on his face as he hurried forward. Then, suddenly, something flashed across his face. He stared at the mountains of bones under the log. The puppets moving the bones seemed oblivious to the fact that there were more than 40 figures on one of those mountains approaching the sacrificial altar cautiously. They were familiar faces: Feng Churan, Zhao Yameng, Kong Dao, Xu Ming, Lu Yun, as well as a couple of other nascent soul realm cultivators. How long have they been hiding there? Wang Baoli paused in his tracks. His eyes swept past the group and stopped on the five-colored, glowing jewel in Feng Churan's hand. He appeared deep in thought. Feng Churan was obviously the leader of the group. She had somehow used some means unknown to him that could hide the group from view and avoid the puppets' detection. They must have arrived quite some time ago and decided to observe the situation, just like me. The sudden mass release of pollen must have forced them to take action. Wang Baoli came to an immediate conclusion while keeping his eyes on Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao. He released a sigh of relief when he saw that they were unharmed. Some of the cultivators looked weakened, but none of them were injured. Their journey here must have been filled with obstacles. However, they had managed to emerge relatively unscathed under the protection of Feng Churan's soul conduit realm cultivation. The overwhelming power emanating from the log, as well as Wang Baoli's unexpected hiding place, meant that he was able to discover their hiding place while he remained hidden from their view. Everyone was advancing cautiously. It wasn't the right moment for Wang Baoli to reveal himself. He kept a watchful eye on Feng Churan and the others while making his way slowly towards the altar. Both parties approached the sacrificial altar from their respective positions as pollen continued to be released into the air in explosive bursts. The lands trembled violently as the countless corpses approached them. Finally, they reached the edge of the altar at the same time. The stench of blood hit them in their faces. There was an overwhelming power in the air that seemed to forbid them from entering. It weighed down on everyone, sending many cultivators shaking despite still being protected by Feng Churan's cultivation. It was an instinctive terror, and Wang Baoli was affected as well. He threw a look at Feng Churan and the others again. He saw Feng Churan raising her hand to form a series of hand seals, then pointing her finger suddenly. A talisman giving off a blinding light emerged from her storage bag. It felt extremely old and looked as if it had survived the passing of millennia. An incredible aura emanated from it. Wang Baoli felt as if he were staring a powerful planet realm cultivator in the face, which caused his breathing to quicken. Feng Churan bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, and as the blood touched the talisman, flames appeared instantly. A firebird emerged from within the fire, its body formed of flames. It shrieked, then flew towards the millstone. Chapter 646, Sealed In. Chapter 646, Sealed In. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted as he stared unblinkingly at the firebird. He readied himself to take action at a moment's notice, body crouched forward like a cheetah ready to take the leap. A cheetah with a slightly bulging tummy, perhaps, but that didn't hinder Wang Baoli's movements in the slightest. The slightly chubby tummy might even be a sign of greater flexibility. Wang Baoli focused his concentration and prepared himself. The firebird flew around the millstone, in the opposite direction that it was turning, and smashed into it. A thunderous boom rang out, rippling outwards. The firebird unleashed its full strength with its attack, then disintegrated into dust. The millstone wasn't damaged. It did, however, stop for a moment when the firebird collided with it. The millstone stopped turning for a second, its 9 handles jerking violently. In the distance, 9 towering beasts in 9 different directions let loose furious roars. Everything happened in the single moment when the millstone stopped. Feng Churan seemed to be waiting for this moment. She dashed forward and slipped into the gap between the 2 plates. Following close behind her were Zhao Yameng and the others. They let loose a sudden burst of speed, approaching the millstone and making their way into the same opening. Mirroring their actions was Wang Baoli. He was extremely swift, stepping into the gap immediately after the rest had exploited the sudden pause in the millstone's rotation, and burrowed their way into the slight opening. His sudden appearance was quite a shock to some of the cultivators, but they released a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was Wang Baoli. Zhao Yameng and Kong Dao were delighted to see him, while Feng Churan froze in surprise before nodding at him. This wasn't the time for conversation though. They kept their pace as they made their way through the gaps revealed with the plate's sudden stop. The stench of blood rushed to meet them, and crushed bones and flesh surrounded them. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Some almost wanted to throw up, but there was no time for disgust. No one wanted to die here, so they shoved down all discomfort and advanced frantically. They were well aware that they were traveling between two plates. If they didn't escape out of the area before the millstone started moving again, they would end up sharing the fates of those skeletons thrown in the millstone, crushed to bits. Everyone was racing forward madly. Fortunately, even though the millstone was enormous and heavy, the force of the Firebird's collision had been extremely powerful as well. Nobody spared any effort or wasted any time as they ran madly between the plates. They finally dashed out of the danger zone before the millstone started turning again, arriving at the center of the millstone. The center was hollowed out. Before them was a huge hole that connected the upper and lower plates, and the hole was filled with howling winds. While a great many of the party had managed to escape from the gap between the two plates, there were a few who were too slow. The millstone started moving before they could get out, and an irresistible suction force yanked them back in, pulling them back between the plates. The rumbling of the turning plates and their screams of pain sent shivers down the surviving cultivators' spines. "We'll make a run for it. This is the only way into the second level. We have to disrupt the sacrificial altar in order to activate a teleportation." Feng Juran had a dark look on her face and was dashing down the hole even as she spoke. Her cultivation continued to shelter Zhao Yameng, Kong Dao, and her two personal disciples. The rest stayed near her as well as they raced down the hole. As for Wang Baoli, he kept close to the other nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Stress weighed down on everyone's hearts as they continued running down the hole. If not for their resilience, they would have broken down in tears, having navigated multiple failed attempts at escape without an end in sight. The hole was like a dark cave, a gaping wide maw that felt suffocating. The continuous turning of the millstone created a suction force that continued to draw them upwards, preventing them from speeding up. There was also the terrible stench of blood that permeated the hole. They might be cultivators who had nourished their bodies with spirit qi and developed extraordinary constitutions, but the stench was simply too much for them. Their heads were beginning to feel dizzy. They wanted to throw up. Such intense discomfort could be tolerated and overcome, but that was not the end of their struggles. As the group continued their descent, the force emanating from the hole intensified exponentially, boxing them in from all directions. 10 seconds into the descent, an early-stage core formation realm cultivator's face went from a pale white to a ruddy red, then a dark purple. His eyes widened, then rolled up, and his body exploded under the extreme pressure. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He summoned his flame-snatcher arch armor to protect him against the increasing pressure. Together with Kai Lin and a few other cultivators, they tried to aid the other core formation realm cultivators in fighting against the growing pressure. There was only so much that they could do. Soon, a second core formation realm cultivator perished as his body exploded. He was followed by the third, then the fourth explosion. 2 other core formation realm cultivators finally broke down. They howled, terror and despair bright in their eyes, and started ascending instead of descending. "Come back!" Feng Juran shouted frantically after them, but her words were lost to the wind. They seemed to run even faster upwards. They vanished into the distance with the aid of the suction force, disappearing into the other end of the hole. 2 screams of pain pierced through the darkness then. They were followed by a low grinding, as if the 2 cultivators were being forcefully ground down into pulp. Their screams echoed in the air as a sudden sense of danger surged downwards from the top end of the hole. Wang Baoli thought his soul was about to be ripped apart. There was no time to think. He activated 1,000 lives on his bracelet. An overpowering stench of something rotten rushed down through the hole at the exact moment he activated the divine power. It was as if a huge beast was charging through the hole towards them. Before the creature could approach, Feng Juran bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her hands came together in a flurry of hand seals. The blood she had spat out turned a glaring red and transformed into a vast red-colored net that sealed the hole behind Wang Baoli and the other nascent Soul Realm cultivators, preventing the creature's approach. A deafening roar rang out. The blood-colored net pulsated brightly. As they descended further, Wang Baoli could see a huge, festering palm the size of the whole claw at the net. The net seemed to be holding it back, but it was a temporary measure. It was already fading right before their eyes. It was going to be ripped apart at any time, and then there was going to be nothing between them and the monstrous hand. It was then that an opening finally appeared at the bottom of the hole. A soft glow emanated from the opening as the group raced madly towards it. It seemed as if the opening was unwilling to let them leave. It was sealing itself shut. They had but a dozen or so seconds before they were completely sealed in. Wang Baoli's heart pumped rapidly at the sight of escape. He unleashed a sudden burst of speed. It was then that the blood-colored net collapsed completely. The festering hand seemed to realize that they were about to slip through its fingers. It shook and suddenly sped up, whipping up sudden winds that stank of decay as it caught up with the cultivators and made a sudden grab for them. Most of the cultivators managed to dodge the attack, but there were 6 to 7 of them, including a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, who failed to evade the monstrous hand. They were caught and crushed instantly when the hand tightened into a fist. Wang Baoli had been within the monstrous hand's range as well, but he had bizarrely managed to slip through its fingers. A sudden wind then sent him knocking into the walls of the hole. Blood seeped from Wang Baoli's lips. The devouring seed started churning inside him, pulling him against the wall. He climbed down rapidly and sneaked into a crack in the wall. The enormous hand began swiping the air madly just as he wormed into the crack. Deafening booms and screams of pain filled the air. Sudden winds rushed past him. It was a long time before silence took over. Pale and terrified, Wang Baoli waited a long while before he finally released a puppet out from the crack to survey the area. The opening had been sealed shut, and its surroundings were tainted with smashed bits of flesh and blood. Wang Baoli grew silent. He had no idea if Feng Churan, Zhao Yameng, Kong Dao, and the others had managed to successfully escape through the opening before it had sealed shut. However, he was certain that many had perished during the earlier clash with the monstrous hand. If not for his divine power, 1,000 lives, which had allowed him to evade the blows mysteriously and led him to fall inside this crack, there was a great chance that he wouldn't have survived either. Chapter 647, The Interior. Chapter 647, The Interior. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's heart was still racing when the puppet he had released suddenly shattered without any warning. It was as if a sudden force had given it a squeeze, crushing it and turning it into dust. Following that was a strange force that latched onto the connection between the puppet and Wang Baoli and followed it back to Wang Baoli, to his hiding place in the crack. Wang Baoli retreated immediately. When the warmth in his body finally cooled down, and 1,000 lives effects finally faded away, Wang Baoli had vanished into the distance and successfully evaded the pursuing destructive force. It was only when he was sure that the destructive force had ceased pursuit that Wang Baoli finally leaned against the wall. He was panting, his heart racing wildly. The danger here was beyond what he had expected. From the initial encounter with the hallucinogenic pollen to everything he had encountered, which included the most recent attack, he had been bombarded with danger at every corner. To think that I'm still only on the first level, this battleship is really impressive. It must be a piece of cake for it to destroy the current Dao Palace. But it doesn't make sense as well. If it's so powerful, why did it release a cry for help? Wang Baoli frowned. Feng Churan and the rest from the Dao Palace might have been fooled by that due to sentiment, but Wang Baoli didn't know the person who had called out for their help. After thinking through everything that had happened to them, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes thoughtfully. The cries for help are meant to draw others to it. In that case, it might be possible that the battleship only appears to be incredibly powerful and able to commandeer extremely powerful monsters. However, in reality, many limitations restrict it as well. There's a possibility that the creatures on the battleship are trapped inside this world and cannot leave. Another possibility is that the battleship requires certain special fuel to power it. Wang Baoli had limited information on hand. He could only guess so much. Even though these might be vague guesses, he had a feeling that he was on the right track. If it's the former, then the mastermind drawing everyone to the battleship must be doing so in order to destroy the most powerful cultivators in the Dao Palace. If it's the latter, then he's using us for some sort of sacrifice. He means to kill us or to have us under his control. The expression on Wang Baoli's face was dark. He was silent for a long while before he surveyed his surroundings. He was now inside the millstone. The millstone must have been around for a very long time. Its unceasing grinding had resulted in many small cracks appearing across the entire millstone. The cracks were insignificant to the millstone's continual grinding, but to Wang Baoli, they were numerous passageways that led to the unknown. Wang Baoli forcibly set aside his worries over Zhao Yameng's and Kong Dao's safety and studied the passageway before him. He took a deep breath, then carefully inched forward amidst the deafening sounds of grinding around him. He was going to find out if the other end of the passageway was a way out. Time passed steadily as Wang Baoli walked down the passageway. He was met with a dead end multiple times and had to turn back and attempt another passageway. He remained cautious throughout, releasing a puppet to survey the passageway ahead of him should he sense any potential danger. He eventually released a horde of puppets and got them to check out multiple passageways concurrently. That was how he managed to single out the best route to take. Nearly a week passed by. It was noon when Wang Baoli finally paused in his tracks. His pupils contracted, and his face turned pale. He had just glimpsed something through the eyes of one of his puppets. The puppet was in a passageway not so far away from his. There was a huge lake at the end of that passageway. Above the lake was a large flower. It was purple and grew from the ceiling. It hung downwards and was in full blossom, spanning 100 feet and giving off an eerie, demonic glow. Purple fluid was slowly dripping from the flower into the lake beneath it. Dozens of figures sat cross-legged on the lake. They had 3 heads and 6 arms and emanated a powerful aura. They were absent of any life, but they also showed no signs of being dead. It was as if they had been sealed in a void and were deep in slumber. Terrifying injuries covered their bodies. The liquid in the lake seemed to possess certain healing properties though, as their injuries appeared to be healing slowly as their bodies remained soaked in the lake. They were healing at a sluggish pace, but there was no doubt that they were indeed recovering. Wang Baoli was instantly seized by anxiety at the sight. His wariness grew after he sensed the powerful waves of spirit energy emanating from these never-ending clan cultivators. Even the weakest of these cultivators was a match for Mie Liezi. Wang Baoli didn't act rashly. Instead, he maneuvered his puppet into retreating carefully. He continued searching the other cracks nervously. A long time passed, and a solemn-looking Wang Baoli discovered more than 20 such lakes inside the millstone. Wang Baoli had no idea how many more lakes remained undiscovered. He found that each lake would always have a huge purple flower hanging over it. Its fluids would drip into the lake and help heal the never-ending clan cultivators. Wang Baoli's heart began racing with fear. Fortunately, he had an army of puppets with him. He became more careful with his selection of passageways to explore as he grew more mindful of these flowers. His search led to his discovery of the flower's stems and branches. The stem of each purple flower was buried deeply into the stone ceiling. In addition, they all led back to a huge vein. Wang Baoli continued to deploy his puppets in a wider search. After a few days, he finally located the huge vein at the end of a passageway. Its diameter was 1,000 feet long. It was soft to the touch and had a translucent outer layer. Upon a closer look, one could see masses of blood and flesh, mushy like pulp, traveling down the vein. Wang Baoli gasped at the sight. His mind began conjuring images of a massive millstone crushing the skeletons into a fleshy pulp and sending said pulp into such veins. The veins would branch off into stems, which were connected to separate chambers. A purple flower would blossom in the ceiling of such a chamber and would produce fluids with healing properties. Based on the size of the millstone, we can conclude that there must be more than one such veins in the millstone. If there's only one of them, we could simply locate its source and dump some poison in, killing this thing once and for all. Wang Baoli sighed as he stared at the vein before him. Of course, he wasn't in possession of such a poison. In addition, trying to locate the source, even if there were only one vein, would be challenging. The slightest oversight might lead to these never-ending clan members waking up. That would really be the end of him then. Wang Baoli sighed and abandoned the idea. He tried to ignore the discomfort he was feeling as he studied the vein before him. After a long moment, he clenched his jaw. He knew that the vein was likely his only chance of finding a way out. He would be able to reach the deepest part of the millstone by traveling down the vein. Only then would he be able to find a way out of the battleship. This was the only solution he could come up with, having spent 2 weeks in this damned place. Wang Baoli's eyes shone with grim determination. He approached the vein and slowly pressed his body into it. It was soft. He pressed harder and sank into the vein. His body was now buried inside its outer layer. He hadn't yet crossed over and entered the vein, but he could feel the smashed-up blood and flesh moving inside the vein, and he could smell the heavy stench of blood. He wasn't someone who was easily cowed though. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he began climbing down the vein, sinking further into the vein when he came across any protruding rocks. He moved carefully and steadily downwards without encountering any danger. Wang Baoli didn't know how far he walked. He must have walked for 3 days before he finally saw the end of the tunnel. It seemed to lead into a new world, one that was lit. Wang Baoli grew excited when he saw the light. His breathing quickened as he picked up the pace. Just as he was about to reach the end of the tunnel, he slowed down and released a puppet to inspect the area first. He was able to clearly see the lit area that the tunnel led to through his puppet's eyes. Wang Baoli's eyes widened at the sight before him. What is this place? Chapter 648, the third level. Chapter 648, the third level. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The lit area below was another new world altogether. It looked creepy and was drastically different from all the worlds that Wang Baoli had seen. Even the vast expanse Dao Palace main star that had been annexed by the never-ending clan hadn't been as shocking a sight as this place. The skies of this world were black. In fact, they were covered by a thick fog that was black. Thick veins woven from flesh and blood extended from the fog, running downwards towards the land. There were thousands of such veins in this world. They cluttered the skies and converged at a single point on land. The convergence stood on pitch-black land, an incredible, towering, and sturdy pillar that spanned 100,000 feet wide. The pillar was similarly formed from flesh and blood, and contractions traveled slowly down the pillar. Thousands of veins connected to it, and each contraction seemed to suck the blood and flesh pulp inside the thousands of connected veins. One could see the top of this round pillar, but not how deep it went underground. Beyond the pillar were black soil and countless fleshy lumps, and within each lump was nested a fetus. They didn't seem to be fetuses of never-ending clan members, but of a breed of monsters. There were clear signs that the world had been reformed. The veins were a terrifying sight to behold. There was a protective sheen of light 100,000 feet around the huge pillar that radiated a blue glow, and seemed to serve as a defensive barrier against intruders. A similar blue sheen could be found around every vein. The veins, alongside the pillar, seemed to form a world unto themselves. Another world seemed to exist outside the blue defensive barrier. Rumbling sounds continued to resonate in the air. Wang Baoli's heart raced at the sights and sounds assaulting his senses. After a long while, he took a deep breath and fell into a thoughtful silence. He clenched his jaw and began climbing down the vein. He passed through the clouds and finally saw the world with his own eyes. The entire world seemed to revolve around the pillar. The glowing blue barrier protected the pillar, and anything beyond couldn't enter. Wang Baoli had somehow been lucky enough to locate a vein inside the millstone and climbed his way into the world. He had ended up on the right side of the blue barrier. His heart raced, and his breathing grew uneven. He sprawled inside the vein and looked around. In his eyes, the pillar resembled a silt lava that was sucking nutrients that came from the millstone. The things that Wang Baoli had seen inside the millstone led to his conclusion that there was a great likelihood that another world existed, on the other side of this pillar, underground. If the corpses formed the first level, then this is the second level. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. The image of the battleship surfaced in his mind. He remembered it was formed from 3 huge circular discs. There was a 4th disc connecting the 3 discs, which was likely the battleship's main body. It was layered under the other 3 intersecting discs and sat in the center of the discs. Going by that logic, if the 4th disc is the second level, then both Mieliezi and Daoisturan should be here. Wang Baoli rubbed at his forehead as he stared into the distance. The world was so vast that Wang Baoli couldn't see its end. He pondered for a while before abandoning the thought of crossing over to the other side of the blue defensive barrier. Since he had already found himself on the inside of the barrier, he should now be many steps ahead of the rest. This might seem dangerous, but it might also be a safer place for him to be. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes at that thought. He raced down the vein, took a sudden leap, and landed. He went to the edge of the blue barrier and released a puppet. He discovered that, while there were difficulties in crossing the barrier, it wasn't an impossible feat. However, it was nearly impossible for the puppet to return to the inside of the barrier. Having concluded that, he then turned towards the gigantic pillar before him. Wang Baoli studied the pillar for a while before circling it. His eyes flashed with an intense light after he returned to his original position. He pulled out his puppet and allowed it to approach the pillar. He wanted to know if the puppet could sink in and emerge on the inside of the pillar, then make its way down into what he believed was the third level of the battleship. The pillar might display some malleability through its constant contractions, but it was far hardier than the veins. There was no way one could force his way inside without peeling the outer layer and drilling a hole into its insides. Wang Baoli could feel an oncoming headache. He had a gut feeling that something must be going on down there. It could be secrets about the battleship or a chance to escape. However, it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to enter the pillar without encountering any dangers. Wang Baoli wasn't willing to just give up though. He narrowed his eyes as he considered his options. He decided he was going to test the pillar with his puppet. Having made up his mind, he took a deep breath and assessed the hardiness of the pillar again. Then, he narrowed his eyes. The flame-snatcher arch armor appeared over him amidst deafening thunder, blood-colored meridians weaving themselves into a gruesome armor as his skeletal divine armament arm shone with a lethal light. There was no hesitation as Wang Baoli fell back 100 feet, stomped his right foot on the ground violently, gathered strength, and then shot forward like an arrow. He darted towards the pillar, his skeletal divine armament arm pointed forward. His charge broke the sound barrier. As he approached the pillar, he raised his right fist and sent a punch flying out. Augmented by the power of the arch armor, his own cultivation, as well as his initial charge, the punch was the strongest that Wang Baoli had unleashed yet. It unleashed the power of the divine armament and exploded in a deafening thunder. It punched straight through the pillar. The hole that was made wasn't large, it was the size of his fist. It didn't trigger a backlash from the pillar either. Such a wound was akin to a minute cut on the human body, utterly insignificant. The blow had caused a muted bang to ring out in the air. Purple fluids flowed out from the hole. However, as soon as Wang Baoli pulled out his fist, the wound began to heal rapidly, right before his eyes. There wasn't time for Wang Baoli to enlarge the hole and send in his puppet. As the hole was about to seal itself completely shut, grim determination flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. His physical body blurred as his avatar materialized and separated from him. It transformed into a bolt of lightning that darted through the hole before it sealed shut completely. Wang Baoli's body shook slightly. He pulled out his puppet to stand guard as he found a discreet spot where he could sit down. His attention was split as he kept watch on his surroundings while steering his avatar into descending down the pillar filled with purple fluids. His avatar immediately experienced the terrifying corrosive properties of the purple fluids, as it came into contact with the latter inside the pillar. His true flesh and blood form would have been eaten away by the fluids instantly. His puppets wouldn't have been able to withstand the corrosion either. Wang Baoli's avatar, on the other hand, was formed from lightning instead of flesh and blood. That was why it could temporarily withstand the corrosive purple fluid. However, it was clear that it wouldn't be able to survive prolonged exposure. He needed it to descend as quickly as possible underground and locate the third level. However, the purple fluid wasn't the only danger present inside the pillar. There appeared to be other unknown dangers. Wang Baoli's avatar descended 100 feet before there was a sudden flash of golden light. He didn't manage to catch what happened before his avatar collapsed and turned into electricity that then sank into the purple fluid. On the second level, Wang Baoli's eyes opened suddenly. He studied the pillar before him, then summoned a second avatar. He burst a hole open in the pillar again and sent the avatar in. He was more cautious this time. He equipped the avatar with a defensive, 8th-grade Dharmic armament. That proved to be useful. When the golden light flared this time, it was followed by an additional thunderous boom. That was the sound of the unknown golden entity colliding with and breaking apart his Dharmic armament. His avatar exploded in the next moment. This time, Wang Baoli was finally able to catch a good look at the source of the attack. It was a golden, broken finger. Chapter 649, Battle Robes. Chapter 649, Battle Robes. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It didn't contain the presence of a divine armament. It was a mere finger emanating waves of energy that almost stopped Wang Baoli's breathing. It was as if a single touch from the broken finger could turn him into dust. Wang Baoli's heart raced as worry gripped him. He sat there, deep in thought, a dark look in his eyes. He was prepared to open another hole and release his avatar. The avatar started running as soon as it entered the pillar. It didn't descend as its previous forms had, but ran upwards. It tried its best to keep to the center of the pillar while bathed in purple fluids. It created a centrifugal force, and purple fluids began to splash outwards. The commotion quickly attracted those terrifying entities resting inside the pillar. A dozen golden beams charged towards the puppet. They're not as reactive as I expected. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he thought. The approaching golden beams that locked onto Wang Baoli's avatar reached the latter and pierced through its body instantly. Wang Baoli was able to identify the beams with the help of the avatar before it was completely destroyed. They were all broken limbs and body parts. They were all, without exception, golden. They didn't all originate from the same body. The beams of golden light were able to leave after destroying Wang Baoli's avatar. Wang Baoli had been ready for this though and released another avatar into the pillar again without hesitation. Let's try again and test their reaction time. Wang Baoli muttered to himself, then focused on his avatar. As soon as his avatar sneaked into the pillar, it unleashed a sudden burst of speed and started running upwards. It attempted to create a greater commotion while keeping itself in the center of the pillar. It didn't take long before this avatar was destroyed as well. The golden limbs have no mind of their own. They're attacking based on instinct. Even though they're powerful, they can be exploited. After some thought, Wang Baoli continued his attempts without stopping. He continued trying. Once, twice, thrice, 7, 8, 9 times, he had to consume multiple pills in order to keep up with the rate his cultivation was being expended. He released numerous avatars without rest. They were like a sacrificial tribute, racing to their deaths. His avatars had become bait, attacking the same spot and luring his prey into gathering together in one place. The purposeful luring got many more of those golden entities surging in from all directions. This went on for a long while, and a pale-faced Wang Baoli witnessed his avatar destroyed yet another time. It was as if his body was being hollowed out. He released yet another avatar and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a flying sword and hid it inside the avatar. When the avatar entered the pillar this time, it didn't race upwards. Instead, it charged downwards in the opposite direction. It swiftly raced past the deepest part past avatars had reached. The golden entities had been gathered in the upper part of the pillar. That meant that the avatar had an easier time as it charged down the pillar. The avatar went past the second level and arrived at an unknown area before the broken, golden body parts managed to realize what was going on. Wang Baoli thought he saw something shining outside the pillar. Before he had time to examine it further, broken golden body parts came racing towards him in the purple fluid. Just as they were about to swarm his avatar and destroy it yet again, his avatar opened its mouth, and out flew a red flying sword. It was the most powerful of the tricolored flying swords, which rivaled a 9th-grade dharmic armament that Wang Baoli had. His avatar gave the sword a boost. Bolts of lightning appeared around the sword as it unleashed an incredible speed and power, charging at the walls of the pillar. The walls might be sturdy and might heal fast, but the attack still managed to create a tiny opening in the pillar. The opening was no wider than an inch. It was barely a cut to such an enormous pillar. No man or puppet could have slipped through the opening, but the avatar was formed from lightning. It followed the sword, transformed itself into a bolt of lightning, and snaked through the opening within the blink of an eye. The red flying sword couldn't do that as easily though. The opening sealed up immediately after Wang Baoli's avatar escaped, and the sword was left trapped inside the pillar. Wang Baoli ate for the loss of his sword, but this was no time for mourning. His avatar stood outside the pillar and surveyed its surroundings. The sight sent both his avatar and his true form reeling back and gasping in shock. The space under the second level shouldn't be described as another world. It wasn't as big. It appeared less like a separate world and more like an enormous cavern. The end of the pillar could finally be seen on the ceiling of the cavern. It hovered in the air instead of reaching all the way to the ground. It looked like a tunnel that had been drilled into the second level. Countless tentacles grew on the pillar, some short and some long. They looked like whiskers swaying gently in the wind. What Wang Baoli found extremely creepy were the heads that grew on the ends of the tentacles. There were heads of both men and women, old and young. It was as if these heads had been chopped off then attached to the ends of the tentacles. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Wang Baoli's breathing stopped as he discovered, upon closer look, that their eyes were all shut. No matter how strongly the tentacles swayed, they showed no signs of waking up. Some of these tentacles had drooped to the ground and dipped into the lake. It was a golden lake, and its surface was as calm as a mirror. In the center of the lake, which lay squarely below the pillar, sat someone. He was from the never-ending clan, with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked strong and well-built, and he emanated an incredible power that blanketed the area. The cultivator's body seemed to contain an ocean of spirit energy. There was a gaping hole in his forehead, and it seemed to be healing as the lake nourished the body while tearing itself further apart. Its full recovery appeared to be impossible. The eyes of Wang Baoli's avatar contracted at the sight. It stood, immobile, for a very long time. Nothing came at it though. That was when Wang Baoli began to study the body in the middle of the lake carefully. His brow furrowed after a while. He took a few steps forward, then continued watching from afar. No signs of life or death. They look like flesh and blood bodies, and yet they give off a feeling that resembles a dharmic treasure. Wang Baoli couldn't pinpoint his exact feelings towards the body in the lake, but the more he observed it, the more it resembled a set of clothes. In fact, one might even call it an armor. It seems to be a spirit stone at the same time? Some sort of container for spirit chi? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. He was about to enter the lake and inspect it up close. He prepared for the worst. Should anything happen, he'd immediately terminate the connection between his avatar and his true form. Just as Wang Baoli was about to rush forward, suddenly, one of the heads attached to the tentacles hanging above him, one belonging to an old man, opened his eyes. The elder had a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. There was confusion in his eyes, and his voice was hoarse. "Save me, save me!" Wang Baoli's scalp went numb when he heard that voice. He retreated hurriedly, then lifted his head up. Shock gripped him. The elder who had spoken was clearly dead. There was a darkness in his eyes. However, his voice rang out clearly in the air. It seemed to possess a certain power, a clarity that pierced through the cavern and the battleship and resonated across space itself. It was a voice that Wang Baoli was familiar with. It had come drifting with the wind, echoing in the Dao Palace as it cried out for help. This was the voice of Feng Churan's father, whom she had been desperately seeking, the voice of Mie Liez's uncle master, who had once been a powerful cultivator of the Dao Palace. "There's nothing I can do here now. I need to let Elder Feng Churan and the others know what's going on as soon as possible." Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He hadn't yet given up on examining the body of the never-ending clan member. His true form would leave this place and seek out Feng Churan and the others. Just as Wang Baoli was about to take action, suddenly, little Missy, who had been silent all this while, spoke in his head. "That's what is controlling this battleship, the battle robes." Chapter 650, The Death Dao. Chapter 650, The Death Dao. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli whipped out the mask as soon as he heard the voice. It wasn't invisible. This wasn't another illusion. Ever since he had entered the battleship, he had grown increasingly paranoid. "Stop looking. It's your fault for sneaking into this wretched place. I've been suppressed since you entered the battleship and had to hide myself. I've even had to go back to sleep in order to prevent myself from being devoured. I can't stay awake for long either," little Missy said in an annoyed voice when she saw what Wang Baoli did. Devoured? Wang Baoli's mind was set at ease when he realized that little Missy was all right and her usual self. He had perked up until he heard what little Missy had said. Youngsters these days, each one bolder than the next. Phones Jurans like that, and so is that Mieliezi. Even you ran. They've all gone mad. You too, fatty. Do you know where you are? This is the never-ending clan's Death Dao battleship. Little Missy sounded tired. If one could see her actual form now, they would be able to see her rubbing her forehead while pointing an accusatory finger at the chubby cultivator standing in front of her. The Death Dao? Isn't this a sacrificial palace? This was the first time Wang Baoli had heard about the Death Dao. During the war between the Never-Ending Clan and the Dark Sect, the Never-Ending Clan destroyed the Heavenly Dao and changed the nomological laws. They used the fallen Heavenly Dao and space as the cauldron, and stars as their materials, to create 90,000 Death Dao battleships. The first 900 battleships were as powerful as a Star Domain Realm cultivators, the next 9,000 battleships as powerful as Eternal Star Realm cultivators, and the remaining battleships as powerful as Planet Realm cultivators. The battleship that you are currently in might have been severely damaged, but it is still at the Spirit Immortal Realm. Death Dao battleships prohibit the entry of the living. Any living person on board would be contaminated by the environment and drained of all life. That is because shards of the Heavenly Dao have been buried in the battleship. The corpses of that past Great War are also buried here. The laws governing this place ensures that it will continue running, without ever stopping, and the source of it all are the battle robes before you. The one who puts on those robes will seize control over this battleship. He will also be able to commandeer the countless dead in this ship. Wang Baoli's widened when he heard that. He jerked his head towards the battle robes, hunger burning in his eyes. Before he could say anything though, little Missy spoke again, irritation clear in her voice. The only way to get the robes on is to sacrifice one's blood and flesh and set fire to one's soul. Just as the soul is about to turn to nothingness, he will then meld with the battle robes and become one with the robes. He'll be able to commandeer the Death Dao battleship then. From that point onwards, you and the battleship will be one and the same. You want to give that a try, fatty? Ah. Wang Baoli didn't realize that was what little Missy was leading to. He hesitated. It's not bad, actually. You can still continue your cultivation after you've turned into the battleship. You might even meet a female battleship one day and start a relationship, little Missy said, her tone casual. The words she was speaking made Wang Baoli's hair stand, though. He shook his head hastily. You'll find it a challenging feat even if you do want to try it. The battle robes have been damaged. The last entity who fused his soul with it was slain by someone else, and the wound on his forehead remains on the battle robes. The only way to heal that wound is through sacrificing the living. My guess is that you've all been lured here. They want your living flesh and blood. Your flesh and blood will form nutrients that can be absorbed by the battle robes. It won't help the mastermind in seizing control over the armies of the dead on board this battleship, but he'll be able to take over the steering of the battleship. He can head towards the Dao Palace then. If the living there aren't enough, he can charge into the Federation and lay waste to every living creature in the Federation. The scale of that blood sacrifice should be sufficient for it to recover a significant extent of its power. The Never-Ending Clan is fixated on assigning missions. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind behind this entire conspiracy accepted the mission to stop the ancient greenish bronze sword in flight, and the mission is still in progress. The punishment he will have to face will be great if he fails. That is why he won't call for help unless he has to. Some other things might also have happened that resulted in him being unable to transmit his location back to the Never-Ending Clan. That could be another reason why he hasn't sought reinforcements. In fact, this person is likely thinking about the great rewards he'll be receiving should he manage to complete the mission. The incentive is sufficiently enticing that he's willing to gamble. Little Missy laid out her thoughts meticulously. She spoke in a mellow voice that was low but absent of heaviness. Wang Baoli blinked. He agreed with little Missy's assessment, but he also knew little Missy's character. Since she had shared so much with him, she must have a solution. He coughed, then threw a few casual praises at her before asking anxiously for a way out of their current situation. Simple. Just call for your senior brother. He'll solve this for you with a single blade. Little Missy snorted. She clearly found Wang Baoli's flattery unsatisfactory. Wang Baoli was rendered speechless. He knew that was indeed the easiest way out of this. However, he had no idea how to get his senior brother's attention. He sighed, then suddenly said, "Wait, what if I try to scare the mastermind? I'll tell him that my senior brother is the first divine king and that killing me would be suicide. Would that work?" Little Missy began to regret her earlier attempt at mockery. Wang Baoli's idea had caught her by surprise, and it seemed like a reasonable plan. She felt so exhausted and hurriedly said, "Stop wasting time on wild ideas. Your enemy might want to kill you more if you declare who you really are. What you have before you is a rare opportunity. You might not be able to put on those robes, but you can drain it of its power. Activate your devouring seed and suck it dry. You might just get yourself and everyone else out of danger." That didn't sound right at all. Wang Baoli was about to question Little Missy further on the details, but she stopped responding altogether. He didn't know if she had truly fallen back into slumber or if she was just faking it. Wang Baoli sighed. He deliberated for a moment before determination once again flashed in his eyes. Announcing his identity was a risky bet, a plan riddled with too much uncertainty. He wasn't prepared to try that unless it was the last resort. Perhaps draining the battle robes dry was really the best solution he had at this moment. Wang Baoli didn't hesitate. His avatar stepped onto the golden lake, raced forward, and arrived before the battle robes. He inspected the robes and confirmed that nothing was amiss before he shut his eyes and formed a series of hand seals. His true form on the second level set aside his storage bracelet before forming a series of hand seals as well. His avatar and his true form switched places instantly as the lightning immortal transformation worked its magic. It was like instant teleportation. His avatar was now on the second level, within the protective blue barrier, while his true form was now in the middle of the golden lake in the cavern. Wang Baoli sat down as soon as he appeared next to the battle robes. The devouring seed flared to life and began draining all of the energy from the battle robes through the open wound on the battle robe's forehead. The battle robes began to tremble as its energy was drained from it. Vast quantities of spirit chi gushed out from the wound on its forehead and rushed inside Wang Baoli's body. It was like a flood of spirit chi, and the devouring seed seemed excited as it continued sucking madly, sending spirit chi into every part of Wang Baoli's body. The scabbard inside him began to stir, and it started absorbing the spirit chi as well. The battle robes started to resist the draining fiercely. This slowed Wang Baoli down, but with enough time, he could still suck the battle robes dry. On the second level, Wang Baoli's avatar picked up the storage bracelet next to it. Then, without any hesitation, it charged towards the blue defensive barrier. It was going to break free, locate the others, and let them know everything Wang Baoli had just found out. Breaking out from the inside of the blue defensive barrier wasn't an easy feat, but it was still within the realm of possibility. That was especially so when compared to trying to break in from the outside. Besides, the avatar had a storage bracelet filled with dharmic armaments. It might lack Wang Baoli's physical strength, but its cultivation was at the same level as Wang Baoli. It could do it. A black pike appeared in its hands, and with a deafening roar, Wang Baoli's avatar transformed into an ocean of lightning that then enveloped the pike. The pike pierced right through the barrier. There was some damage caused to the avatar in the process, but it was something he could deal with. The avatar transformed back into an exact image of Wang Baoli after breaking free. Lightning bolts ran wild around it, guiding the black pike as it raced into the distance without pause or rest, in search of the others. There were limits to what Wang Baoli was capable of though. The land was too vast. Even with his elevated level of cultivation, there were still limits to how far the avatar could travel from him. Wang Baoli's avatar had to keep its search within a certain area. That was why he decided to release whatever puppets he had. He sent them out into the open, searching. At the same time, the avatar continued its search speedily, traveling as far as it could go. His puppets had gone through multiple rounds of upgrades and enhancements. He had fine-tuned his control over them. The efficiency that the search party of puppets achieved was definitely greater than what Wang Baoli was capable of should he have gone on alone. Time passed steadily. Days went by. Wang Baoli's true form continued to drain the spirit chi in the battle robes, and his avatar continued the search with the aid of his puppets. Finally, one puppet managed to find residual energies from collisions between array formations and spells in one area. They were signs of a battle having taken place there. The puppet found bloodstains, still fresh, and pieces of tattered clothing as well. Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face when he saw those through his avatar's eyes. Yaman,